Yep. Yep. On time, ready, prepared, here, good. Hello, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Hello, my friends. It is time. Yep, it's time. That's right. That's right. I, last night, went back to the VOD to recover the lost work. Yep, because I'm a genius. Even though I deleted like 40 minutes of sketching, I went back to the VOD and I found it, and then I redid it this morning. So it's not what we're doing today. We're doing some landscape stuff, but I just thought I'd brag about that ever so slightly. Good morning, guys. Good to see you. What's up, Maggie? What's going on, Steel? Good to see you, Lobster. Cow, good to see you, my friend. Garthen, hello. What's going on? Can you replace the hammer with a sickle if the scenario is notified? No. No, we're invoking an entire another demographic of Twitch viewers, and they're all busy in Hassan's chat, so. Good morning, Ashley. What's up? Good morning, Alf. Hello. What is with this influx, this surge of names I recognize from Minifool's chat? Did Minnie say some shit? Did Minnie spoil it that I'm gonna be doing her fan art next? Not like next today, but like the next VTuber fan art. Did she say something about it? What's up, Steel? Who did I miss? Venus, hello. And Felly, what's up? Good to see you. Pookie. What's going on, guys? Hope I didn't miss anybody. Who's Minnie? Minnie is a VTuber friend of mine that I watch and chill with, and is cool. And it's probably the next person on the list. I think the next order of things for the VTuber fan art series is going to be Minnie and then Miwabel. But I have to ask the other Waifu Alliance members if Miwabel actually enjoys fan art, because as far as I know, Miwa could just enjoy losing 15 games in a row and then remaining composed on stream for an hour or so. There is that too. Don't tell me I said that. She probably has no idea who I am. It's fine. But yes, today we're doing something a bit different. Today we're going somewhere a little bit mystical. We're going somewhere a little bit new in the realms of Eldara. We are going to draw a piece of art as a guild that is going to go in the Astral Sage entry of the Compendium of Eldara. Yep. We're doing official class artwork today. Now, I know what you might say. Evan, please. You don't do landscapes anymore. That's a 2023 Evan problem. And to you, I say fair, but you don't have to say it out loud. No, I'm gonna be doing a landscape today. We're gonna do some little rune designs, talk about some sage design as well. thank you for those of you who attended the late night super secret stream yesterday that helped me out with some class building. I did not do any writing after the stream because it was pretty late, but I did do some just very light, I'll say, ability planning, some very light mechanic design, and I think I figured some things out for the spells for the Astral Knight, so we should be able to actually release the Astral Knight as the first full beta release in the Eldar release channel later this week, if not literally today. We'll see how much I get done today on it. So I've got a couple things I want to do today, and I've found it harder and harder to try and find time for class design and writing with my new streaming schedule, as I don't like to do writing on stream. I'm fine doing art and hanging out and doing these little warm-up sketches and stuff in the morning, but when it comes to actually drawing writing full-on mechanics and things, I don't know, man. There's just some part of me that just does not like to do it on stream. It'd be weird. What's up, Ronnie? Trying to celebrate the Astral Sages class in Discord. Yep, we're gonna be doing a piece of art that needs to go with the class when it gets released. It could go with the Knights as well, I think, but I kind of want to make the Knights have a very specific and particular broody kind of art that goes with their class release. So I don't know if the Knights will be something that I really want to include a lot of like bright, shining, ruined landscapes with. I think the Knights are always going to take kind of the darker Nightfall kind of vibe of the Astral Sage and the Astral Knight. So yeah, that's what we're going to work on today. I'm just fixing a couple things here because I noticed it that I want to fix, and just finish a thought. You ever do that with art? You like start an art thought, and you know if you walk away from your piece of art, you won't remember some shapes or whatever you were designing. I don't know. It might be a me thing, but I just want to fix a couple things and finish what I was doing on this morning. Any advice for newer world builders? Alf, do you have an end goal to your world, I guess? Like, are you building it for a novel? Are you writing an adventure for D&D like I'm doing? What's your world? What's your world about? What's your project? Or are you just doing it for fun? Because I do speak at length about how, often ad nauseum, about how I think that artists should have a project and should build a little world, tell a story, things like that, because it helps you contextualize your artwork, at least your free sort of like personal work, if you ever have problems with art block and things like that. But I suppose the world building aspect of things, the writing aspect of things is it's a lot of fun, but it changes a little bit based on the project you're doing. And I almost want to say it's like easier to do something for a novel, but obviously nothing about it is easy. You got this. Thank you, Ashy. For D&D, less is more. So drastically, town plus local area plus a nearby dungeon will cover 5 sessions easily. Well, yeah, I mean, in general for D&D, I agree. I think that starting small and moving out is probably the general pace that I would move for any world, regardless of what it's for. But the important thing I think to keep in mind is always keep your scope manageable, and don't ever make any rules or create any stories or anything that kind of stops you from telling a different story later that you want to tell. Right? So creating any kind of mechanics, any kind of like systems, gods, wars, whatever, that will prevent you from like adding things in later. Definitely the Riot Games approach is, I think, the best way, where you have a very low resolution view of your world, except for the places that you're in specifically, which are very high resolution, so that you can actually tell stories in them. Hope everyone's doing well. What's up, Artek? Good to see you. For D&D, I have quite a bit of the lore of the world set out in the factions and history, but I'm having a harder time with the geography and the bigger map. Okay, perfect. We can talk about this. I think I can help you. So,
Evan, you still have not shared pics of your new fishies with us, lol. James 48.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I gotta go. Okay, well, I don't know why Sausalito's still off. It's supposed to be on a timer. I'll try and take a picture of them on my break. Thank you for reminding me, Maggie. Thank you for 100 bits. What the fuck? Jeez, dude. Okay, where are we going? Let's do Stonemark. Let me show you an example of 2 maps that I've done. This is the first map I ever did. It's really bad, and I'll show you the world map. So, this is 2 examples, and this is how I would do it if I were starting again. Alf, I wouldn't change the way I started, but here's what I have. So I think a big mistake that a lot of world builders make is that they try and build a world map first. And I think that's a big mistake. The reason I think it's a big mistake is because if you define what every little nook and cranny of your world looks like right off the get-go, it's really fun to sort of like play Minecraft with it, to say, oh, there's an elvish kingdom here, and there's like dragons over here, and there's like a ruined valley over here. It's really fun and tempting to do that, right? But the reason why I wouldn't is because later on you'll have a hard time adding to it.
VIP 49-month subscriber, 4-year badge cheer 200 key Juria. I forgot to refresh my bits yesterday, but citrus lemon.
Didn't actually see that. I feel kind of bad. Thank you, Maggie. Thanks for the 100 bits. Thanks to Daria for the 75 bits. Okay, let me just do this real quick, and then I'll and then we'll look at the meta today. All right, so this is my world map. So you'll notice that it doesn't have a lot of like full-on rendered out areas where everything's been decided. That's because if you decide where everything is in your entire world and you map out every last inch of it, you don't leave yourself room to have expansion for you or people playing in your D&D world, whether it's people running a game in your D&D world or your players. And so I think it's best to sort of have areas that you want to run your story in, run your D&D in, and make a map for that area or tell the story in depth in that area, whatever. So the first map I ever made was Stonemark. And the first place I ever started in my D&D world, and we've been doing this for 4 years now on stream, was right here in Hearthwood, this little place down here. And so Hearthwood was a small town, and I knew it was in a place called Southwood, and I knew the greater area was called Stonemark. It was a larger country, and there's a ocean beneath it, and a lot of country above it, and it was kind of cold and kind of Canada-like. Great, cool. From that, as we were playing through the game, and I needed people who were nobles from this area, and I needed this kind of thing and that kind of thing, I began to build the geography in my mind to the point where I was comfortable making a map of it. What I didn't do is I didn't say and dictate what everything else was to the last detail. So I talked about how north of Stonemark, there's like a northern wildlands here that's kind of like a, you know, World of Warcraft Grizzly Hills type vibe, moving into a, you know, Arctic tundra as you go further north. I knew there was a desert to the south. I knew there was like this like ruined ancient kind of like mysterious place to the direct south. And then, you know, as I was world building, I populated the world with various things in specificity. What I will never do is I will never add a map and a town and a description in depth to every last nook and cranny. My view is that I'm going to probably add in 3 more maps. So this one's not finished right here, as you can see, but there's 3 more blue squares here of places that I kind of want to maybe make maps for. This is still a question mark, because like I said, I don't really know what's up there all that much. And the reason why I think this is the better way of doing it is because you leave yourself a lot of room and a lot of space to then say later on, hey, here's a new idea that I had, that I was inspired by, and I want to put it in the world somewhere. I want to put an island kingdom of merchants and seafarers that was corrupted by some sort of an evil, you know, lich, whatever, that has sullied the bloodline, and now they've transformed their merchant fleet into a war fleet and seek to do warring and all the other things that come with an evil merchant fleet on the kingdoms of wherever. And that's an island that I'm going to put right here. There you go. That's the island. The problem is that if you have a map where you have locked in every single place, every single little piece of geography, every single little, you know, nook and cranny has been mapped out, you can't really add stuff in without having to try and kind of stretch it a little bit. Like, oh, it was hidden, I guess, maybe for 1,000 years or something. Like, you have to kind of like hand wave away a lot of these things. The way Riot Games does is amazing. They have a local area of Runeterra, whatever, and they say, you know, here's the Freljord, and here's Ionia, and here's wherever, and then off in the deep whatever that way, there's like some crazy shit there. And whenever they get inspired to write a new story for League, they just say that something else is over there, and you can, you know, add it in as you please. So as far as world building for D&D, I would very much be very specific about the place you want to run your game in right there. Obviously figure out what's around it. And then leave yourself a lot of room. Maybe have like a general shape, like you can see the general shape of the continent, sort of. But everything that's not in a map here is so low resolution that I never say exactly and precisely what's there. So a player might ask me like, hey, what's, you know, I'm from Ashasari, like my character is an elf from Ashasari. I'm just wondering, what's that island to the north? And I'm like, well, you would know obviously that there is like, you know, a place, and I describe sort of a loose idea of what's up there. But what I'm saying, what the loose idea is, I'm trying to hold back and show some restraint. And it's very tempting to want to just build everything out there like a Minecraft game right then and there. But I think having that restraint early in the process gives you a lot of freedom you will thank yourself for. If I had said that I knew what every single thing, you know, was south of Stonemark as I was building Stonemark, what I never would have added in here was the Shattered Sea. This was an idea that came later, but it's the coolest part of the world so far as my players are concerned. That's where our current adventure is set. That's where the current adventure that I'm writing is set, and it's the place that most people say is the coolest part of Teleria. So that wouldn't have happened. The inspiration to add this into the world wouldn't have happened had I not given myself the room to grow into it. So basic advice, don't worry about describing everything in exact detail. And the problem is sometimes your players, or if you're streaming and you're writing about your world, your viewers, which I don't like to refer to you guys as viewers, but just for the technical term of it, your viewers will demand an answer. And they'll say, well, Evan, I must know what's north of this area. And you say, I don't know, it's like kind of a wild land that's like, you know, untamed wilderness, sort of northern, kind of like Canada Rockies vibe. And they'll say, are there, what's there? Who lives there? Oh, well, there's like some like kind of, you know, small civilizations and cultures and stuff of people and kind of nomads that go around the mountains. You're like, but I need to know everything about them. What do they do? What do they drink? What do they hunt? How tall are they? And people will ask these questions. And sometimes the GM, when you're running a game, or sometimes as a world builder, you have to sort of tell people a little bit like, hey, those are great questions. And then you just have to not answer them. And some people won't be able to, some people will not be able to tolerate that. They'll throw a fit, they'll say some shit, they'll be argumentative, then you just ban them. It's harder when they're your friend of yours at the table. But I think it's better sometimes to show that restraint and also kind of expect people to be respectful of that. Because if you went to League of Legends and you said, well, what's on this side? What's beyond this? I must know. League would just look at you and be like, shut up, nerd. You'll know when you know, weirdo. And I think that a little bit of that is good. A little bit of that restraint for yourself and for others is beneficial. But that's the way I approach it, and I'm very happy with the way I've approached it, and it seems to be working right now. I like to have the entire world just the baseline geography, nothing special like towns, landmarks, etc. That's okay. I still wouldn't render up the entire geography though, Ronnie, because if you want to add an island or an inner sea or a peninsula or whatever, having a specific definitive outline of what the geography of the world looks like, you still limit yourself. So again, the lower resolution the periphery is, the more room you have to be inspired into it. And I think that counting on that inspiration to hit and create new stuff in your world will always be better than your initial ideas. The mountain just stood up and walked away. Listen, this isn't Thorash. I do have dragons. There are dragons. You want some dragons? Okay, here. Well, Just Here for Dragons is Just Here for Dragons. So let me give you a dragons. Would you like... What kind of dragon would you like today? Here, you can have the... I will... You know what? Just Here for Dragons, I will give you a very rare dragon. I don't think I've ever actually shown this piece on stream. I didn't know that this piece existed until I just clicked this. I was going to go with the dragon offline screen art. I will show you. It's just D100 Nix. A very rare dragon that I did in high school. There it is, man. This is a giant canvas, by the way. This is a huge canvas, like 4 feet by 6 feet kind of thing or whatever. This was my high school project that I actually did in my third year in grade 12. We had an entire like half a year, it's about full semester to paint one giant acrylic painting, and I did a giant dragon, to which my art teacher said, you will never make money drawing dragons, and you need to grow up and figure out how to also make money with your art. She didn't say to me not to draw dragons ever again. She said, It's fine to do that in your personal time, but you need to make sure you know how to make money with your art and do things people actually want, because nobody will want to buy dragons. To which I say, to which I say, I have currently sold like 20 of these prints. Get bent, art teacher. So that's a dude. I didn't think I had a picture of this. Wait, was this from my port? Hold on. Is this from my portfolio for art school? I thought I lost this. Hold on. Oh, dude, this is my portfolio from art school. Oh, I should show this to Venus. This is the work that I did that actually got me accepted into art school. No way. It's my palette. I'll show you guys 2 pieces, okay? Because you won't care about most of this. I'll show you 2 pieces that you might care about. They might think is interesting. Oh my god. So this was a self-portrait I did in probably grade 10, 11, or 12. One of the 3. Probably grade 12. That's a self-portrait of baby Evan. So that's the kind of bullshit that got me into art school. Actually, no, this is not just art school, but also individual communications. So, man, I thought I lost this, and then oh my god, dude, I want to. This was my D&D character. Holy shit, this is my D&D character in high school. One of them. Bro, I'm gonna redo this. Oh my god. What a hilariously cool project that would be. Dude, I can't believe I found this shit. I thought this was lost forever. I thought it was gone. Oh my god. I see you had the standard hairstyle of that age. What was the standard? Well, I wasn't quite as emo as a lot of my friends were, but almost. Dude, holy man. Okay, this made me happy. This excited me. My day is automatically better than it was before this moment. Okay, before we get into it, Iduria's submission today is the Citrus Limon, otherwise known as the common lemon, to which I think is a great fruit, a great citrus. It might be the best citrus. Is it the best citrus? Does it beat out the yuzu? You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna say 9.6. Great citrus, Iduria. 9.6 out of 10. Good entry today, bro. Man, do you know how many dragon designs you can find in licensed tattoo shops? Artists make those designs and sell into parlors. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it wasn't a big, like, I wasn't angry with my art teacher. She was a great art teacher. She was just a little bit traditional and a little old school. But to be fair, I'd rather have an overly traditional art teacher. I'd rather have an overly traditional art teacher than an art teacher that was overly modern. I'd have a much better time. Like, I definitely think that you can always, listen, you can always throw a hissy fit, cry, and throw a used tampon at a canvas and call it art. You can do that anytime you want. But when you're in your formal education, it's better to have the classical experience, I think, in general, because the more classical the experience, the more you will thank yourself later for pursuing it. So, yeah. I'm very glad that I had her as an art instructor in high school as opposed to somebody a little more modern. Still, she did tell me I'd never make money as a dragon. She was mad at me though because she thought that I had wasted potential. She thought that I was a great student, a great artist, but she thought that, like, she was like, you could be painting fresco in Italy, Evan, if you only applied yourself to something real. So, you know, I don't know any Italians that still need fresco painted in their manners, but maybe Guapo does. I don't know. Mandarin oranges and key limes are better, though. You think mandarin? I would agree. Maybe a key lime could beat out a lemon, but as a citrus, a mandarin orange, I don't know about that. Can we see the character with extra belts? I mean, I don't know how many belts that character actually had, but I think he had a couple. His shield was somewhat referential of the Herald of Zakarum shield from Diablo 2, because at that time, when I was playing D&D high school, I was playing a lot of World of Warcraft and maybe even more Diablo 2. And I fucking loved paladins. So do with that as you will.
Welcome back everyone to the History Channel special.
Yes,
the
hello.
Chronicles of Evan Blair Art.
Yes, that's me.
We begin in the early days of Evan Blair. Here we find Evan reflecting on his past character designs, reflecting on the details the young artist was eager to draw in the past and rekindle the love for the design in the future. Also, please note that the advertising for this show indicated environments were to be a focus.
They
we
were.
are currently off script and I can't explain why.
Because I'm trying to finish the thing I was doing before stream on this, and then we're gonna smash our environment. It's gonna be dope, Mel. Thank you for 100 bits. Hope your trip is going well. Hope your evening is I don't know what you do in Spain in the evenings, to be honest. So Mandarin orange citrus reticulata, often simply called the mandarin, is a small round citrus tree fruit. It is a citrus. It is a citrus, but as a citrus, I'm trying to figure out, like, does it all represent the citrus qualities that a lemon and a key lime do? And honestly, I don't think so. I don't think so, to be honest. How many belts are we giving Minnie? I'm gonna have somebody roll like a d20, and we'll give Minnie 1 d20 belts. Maybe I'll just ask Minnie to roll a d20 for me. If Minnie ever graces my chat again, I'll ask her to roll 1 d20, and we'll see. All right. I had the flowers. What else did I have in here? The flowers, the lips. Okay. All right. I think we're good. Okay. And guess what? I saved this time. How about that? Who would have thought? All right. We got to do a landscape. We got to do some real shit here. What are we going to say this as? We're going to call it horizontal landscapes. Okay. So, for this piece, we need astral sages. We need temples. We need a giant view of the world of Eldara, with majestic clouds, birds flying through a blue sky, a clear azure lens leading up to the greater aether, and not a single belt to be found anywhere in this piece.
I actually went to a corgi cafe here in the city, which made me a little disappointed, but the food was delicious.
The fuck is a corgi cafe?
Also met 2 other Americans where I am going to meet them for food later. Smile also took the privilege to go to a famous bookstore that had a small English section, and I got some very good books I wanted to grab for a while. Tomorrow.
I mean, that's wait. With the castle running sangrias and tapas. Oh shit, okay. Fair enough. Well, Mel, I hope I have the best fucking time, because that sounds amazing. I'll be honest. The corgi's not cute. Yeah, wait, what? Astral Sages in a temple, massive copper observatory. So, the way the mechanics of how sages observe the universe, I think, is something that I'm not fully set on just yet. I'm not fully dead set on the precise way in which sages do their world viewing, astronomy, and exactly how it works. What I do know is that they don't have giant Warcraft 3 style telescopes. They don't have those. I want to avoid the observatory from, what was it? It was the building that you had to make to be able to train the sorceress and the priest, I think it was. The 2 elves in the human faction. We're not going to do that. We're not adding those in because we don't need giant comical, like, Acme fucking telescopes. So I got to figure out like a more magical, kind of mystical way that they resolve their deep sky observations. And I'm not exactly sure what that's going to look like, but I'm open to suggestions. Will the sages do their sagery? More or less. Yeah, more or less. I did a little bit of thumbnailing and concepts last night, and I figured out some things I want to do, but we're just going to kind of wing it today and see what happens and have some fun. I'm real low stress about it. Today's just kind of a chill, relaxed landscape design stream, and whatever comes of it, whatever we kind of decide on, whatever art emerges is the art that emerges, and I'm not gonna stress too much. But what I do want is I do want there to be a large like Eldara sized, I don't know, where's our, name my horizon line first. Meet our horizon first, and then I can figure out. Okay, so I want it to be kind of be cresting up. Like I've never actually drawn like Eldar or any of the worlds like really as a center point in a piece, and I really want to make that one this time. So I need to frame it, do some dumb shit, and then have some clouds moving across it. But I want to maybe build like a sage temple into the side of these cliff faces or something. I don't know yet. We're just kind of exploring.
Evan, you are to be stressed all the time.
What?
Stress is essential. Eyes.
What? Shit, dude. I mean, to be fair, my doctor told me last year that if I keep being as stressed, I'm not going to live to see 40. So maybe I should just chill a little bit. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. No telescope inside. The inside of the dome is a free-floating sphere where the insides show the stars engraved on the metal. And the sphere spins perfectly matching the true sky. That's a lovely idea. So sage temples do have this like dome kind of structure inside of it where the night sky is projected upon it. So that's already a vibe, but like a sphere map in the center of it would be kind of cool. I feel like there needs to be some sort of magical instrumentation that kind of like shows off a little bit of what's going on with the night sky, but I don't know. I want it to avoid feeling anything steampunk or science fiction. And even like the idea of it going a little arcane. Not arcane as in the kind of poorly understood concept, but arcane as in the TV show Arcane. I don't want it to be too Piltoverian, if that makes sense. And I do worry that if I go, you know, too far into the Magitech vibe, then we sort of move from fantasy to sci-fi, which I would classify Arcane more in the sci-fi realm than I would the fantasy. But it does a very good job of bridging the gap. But I think that gut check, it's a science fiction thing, not a fantasy thing. And then you get all these people like trying to like sound smart by trying to classify it as something whatever. Well, it's actually a science fantasy approach to an operatic style. And you're like, okay, chill. Yeah, okay, chill. It's like when you say that Star Wars is the best science fiction out there, and they're like, actually, it's a space opera. I'm like, okay. You heard that once on a YouTube video, and you thought that you'd sound really smart re-quoting it today, didn't you? Yes, I'm sorry. So, I want to like lean into the strengths of the gut check, and to me, Arcane is definitely a science fiction. If you had to put it in one classification or another. Out for the day. You're out for the day, Guapo? Alright. Be good, man. Whatever you're doing. Good luck. You made me a suggestion, astral projection, where they become the overseer of the stars. Like, kind of they're, like, looking down on, like, a kind of a star map type thing. Look at Laura Croft's telescope in the Angelina Jolie Tomb Raider movies. I don't remember those all that well. She had a big one in her mansion, wasn't it? Wasn't that the case? Okay, I'll go look that up in a bit. Remind me when I'm working on the temple to go look that up. Entities, what's up, dude?
I'm just here to be a nerd and enjoy shit, man. My brain only had so much space left for the important things.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, isn't it?
Cooking, breathing, and taxes, and that's about it.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Thank you, 100 bits, Mel. I appreciate that. Yeah, actually true though, right? Look at Skyrim Occultery in Mulzoft. It's pretty neat and possibly along the lines of what you're thinking. Skyrim Occultery in Mulzoft. Why? Dude, I should probably play Skyrim, shouldn't I? Should probably finish this shit. I feel like at least once a week somebody references something that happened in Skyrim, and I'm always like, kind of, wait, what? I think I have to go and actually do some exploring. Seems very formative for a lot of people, so maybe I'm missing out on some good concept work. She's a cool big one. All right. Lara Croft and the Occultery. Okay, those are two. Any other vibes for kind of magical observatories that don't present themselves as science fiction-y? Evan Howe? Evan Howe what? How what? There's no T in Occultery. Oculary. Oh, I see. I read that wrong. I kind of like Occultery more. Never mind, I'm going with that. It's the Occultery, not the Oculary. That's a way better fucking name than Oculary or Oculary. Oculary. No, Occultery is way better than that. That's way fucking better than that. I'm sorry. I'm changing it. Story in Skyrim is awesome. Yeah, the problem is Skyrim just looks and plays like shit, in my opinion. And I love that Skyrim exists, and I love that there's a lot of people that are passionate about it. But I remember the cold winter day that I got home, and I put Skyrim into my Xbox, and I got the fucking collector's edition with the giant dragon and the art book. Worst big collector's edition I've ever gotten, by the way. The Halo Reach one cleared the Skyrim one so unbelievably that I was so disappointed by it. But I thought the game would be really good. I played it for a little while, and I don't know, it did not live up to what I was hoping it would be as far as like how it looked and how it played. I think that I'm just like overall 100% against first-person melee action. I think it's just I've never seen a game do it well, and people like cite Skyrim as the one that did it well, and I'm kind of like, ugh. Okay, I guess we have different opinions here. That's fine, you know. So maybe it'd be fun to go back and try and like stomach my way through it though. Oculary for the meaning of the literally the Oculus. Yeah, but Occultery is way cooler of a name. Corpix in the chat too. I'm glad you the Happy Evangeline emote. That's actually a Happy Rosa emote. It's not even Evangeline. That's Rosa Breyer, the Astral Sage. Some players who are new to TTRPGs and came from perspective of Skyrim experience and logic. They learned, took a bit, but they learned. See, that's the thing. I don't remember all the things you could do in Skyrim, so like my players got really good at playing D&D after Baldur's Gate 3 came out. I was playing with two players that were kind of like newer to D&D, and they were kind of like having a lot of struggles with really trying to like be free and do cool shit in the world. And they were hardcore video game enjoyers. So they'd always say things like, well, I don't know what I can do, man. I don't know what I can do. And I'm like, you can do anything. And like, yeah, but what does that mean? And they didn't really get an idea as to what that meant until they played Baldur's Gate 3, and then they became way better D&D players. It was fucking awesome. It was so great to see them kind of growing and shit like that. I don't know if I'll get a chance to continue that game, because I think that they've, like, you know, Jackie's, like, super busy doing her new, like, whatever game project she's overseeing. I don't know if it's public yet what she's doing. I'm always like kind of sus about talking about what Jackie does for work, because she's a very, very important person at EA, and sometimes she says shit that I'm like, is this a thing that's public or not yet? Can I talk about this yet? But regardless, she's doing like a really important, big, massive fucking holy shit project that is kind of startling. So I doubt we'll continue that D&D game, unfortunately. I have to recruit a whole new group of players. Find a whole new group of nerds. I'll probably just demand that Aduria come play D&D with me and call it a day. Good luck and play 7 Days to Die. Alright, good luck, my friend. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. Helps the stream out. Helps me out. Hit that tab mute. Oh shit. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Need to find a compression glove for my drawing hand. These studies have my hand cramping because I keep getting into hyperfocus and forget to take breaks and stretch my hand. Yeah, that's definitely that's definitely rough. Do you know how to do the forearm stretch that I do all the time, Flower? You know how to do it? Because it's a really powerful stretch for your hands and forearm. It's actually really, really good. And if you don't know, if you don't do this, I think it's kind of life changing. It really helped me out when I learned it from my chiro physio, whatever sports med guy that Ella goes to for her migraines and shit. And he taught me how to do this, and it changed my life. And every artist I've talked to said it's been life changing for them too. So what you do is you roll up one finger at a time, but you can do all of them. But you roll up all your fingers, but focus on one. So I'm gonna focus on my middle finger here, right? So you roll up all your fingers and you put pressure on your middle finger. So you really push it into your hand, and then you roll the entire thing up. You know, scrunch it all up into a little cinnamon bun here, as much as you can.
You need to be and snap smile, but seriously, stretch those muscles.
Yes,
those
exactly.
brains.
Yep.
We are learning. Heart.
Thank you, Mel. Thanks for 100 bits. Appreciate it. So you put pressure on that. You roll the entire arm up, everything into this little cinnamon bun, pushing on one finger in particular, and then you pull your entire arm. You straighten your arm out while keeping your wrist. And what you'll feel is you'll feel a massive stretch through here. There's a muscle that runs in between the brachioradialis and whatever this one is. I forget. I'm not very good at anatomy names, but it's the muscle that runs right through here. It's in between. When you sort of flex your forearm, you can kind of feel that muscle right here kind of expanding, and it's in between there. And that muscle is a bitch for causing pain in your wrist and forearms. And so it stretches that muscle out, and then you do the next finger. And maybe you can do like I always do my pinky and ring finger together. So you push them in, and then you stretch the entire arm out while keeping your wrist and these fingers really tight. And you just let it sit there for a minute. And sometimes it's hard. Like my index finger, I have a little bit of problems with it. So I usually do my index finger with my middle finger together, because it puts less tension on the like actual tendon there. And you gotta do a little gentle with that one, but you stretch it out. And it's a great stretch to do for your hands as an artist. Great stretch. And I recommend doing it all the time, because when I started doing it all the time, my problems almost went away overnight. Well, it was more like a week, but a week of doing this, my problems, I never really had bad arm stretch problems ever again. What's up, Ella?
I require a signature.
You require a signature? Do you know where my pen is?
No.
Oh, this one, I think.
It's also first edition.
It's a first edition. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if he's in chat right now.
Who's this for?
I think it's Oz. I'm not actually sure. I don't know real names.
Oh, okay, right. I just don't put. Hey, check it. I got a sign to print. Look at it. It's a first edition Gates of Eldari print. Ooh, wow! Look at it. Wait, we had some of these already, printed from Expo. I just realized.
Hello there. Oh, look, a stretch check.
I guess I'll keep that one, because those ones might be signed, but no, just sign
Yeah, no, I'll do this one properly.
I went out and bought ink.
You did win on botting. Okay, one sec. What's up, Static? 600 bits, dude. Hold up. Let me,
So I can ship it.
let me get my pen.
You?
Beta?
Yeah.
Got it. Here's my gold pen. Dude. Okay. I think this is the one. That's the one. Hell yeah.
That's the one?
Okay.
Is it dead?
Pen's dead.
Okay, then I will go get a new pen today.
We go. Pen. There we go, pen.
It's
thing.
Can you kill the camera?
Yeah. Those. Right. All right. Do you want to take your?
Turn the camera that way.
Oh, okay.
Just slightly.
One sec. Ella has to
Yeah.
do something fish related. All right. So, what's up? We
I
good?
will say when I was younger, I broke my pinky finger on my right hand and the doctor who put the cast on intentionally bent my hand in the cast to make sure that I didn't have to go through rehab afterwards.
Did it work?
It would shorten the tendons and ligaments if you don't stretch properly.
It
But
does,
how I
right?
broke my hand is a different story, lol. Smiley face.
Yes, stretching is important, especially for artists. Do your stretches. Do your stretches. Also, back stretches. You gotta get up. Make sure you're all physically fit and healthy. No, it's very important for artists. Did entities get got? An exclamation revolt to end all exclamation revolts. Freed from the prison I made? Yeah, that's you're doing. Yeah, what are we talking about here? Alright. Alright, we're gonna do a little temple-y type thing down here. A little, where else are we going here? What else are we gonna do? I want, like, a gateway. Like a runed ring gateway somewhere on here, I think. Maybe... I'd kind of want to do it up here. But I don't think we can. I think we'd have to just do... I wonder... I wonder if it'd be okay to do, like, a big... kind of like a rune... gateway like this, and then you have the ring or the actual, like, world in the back. Maybe not a full gateway, but you know what? We can do some of the, like, runed pieces coming out of the cliff. So, we're gonna start by making an actual ring. We're gonna do that. You good, Ella? Alright. Pog. Is that how my camera was? I think it was. Quick question. I'm going to try and stream such post stuff while learning because I think you're right about being more consistent way of doing things. Since I'm so early on, would you recommend I just do it and keep my head down? Or should I try and promote stuff or do work on building the social media side despite not really having stuff worth discussing or sharing at this point? Honestly, I think that it really depends on what you want to kind of get out of it. To be very frank, it's really just your preference. If you want to try and like kind of build your social media thingy, whatever, following account, who knows, as a exercise in you getting better and sort of coming along for the journey, and you want to build some value into that way, that's a great way to do it. That's what I did. But you always have to have in the back of your mind that you're trying to make sure that there's an answer that you're trying to or a question you're trying to answer all the time. And the question is, why does anyone give a shit? And so if it's just, hey, look at my art, it's like, okay, is it like super exceptional, unbelievable art? Well, probably not. Okay, then, you know, what do people care about for? All right, so is there some kind of value you can build in? The value of you going on your journey and you kind of taking people along with it, or trying to express lessons that you've learned and things that you stumbled with as like a cool thing to kind of, you know, try and like share with other artists and other people. Like, sure, that's good too. Just make sure you have something that's like a reason that you're posting it, and try and like craft that into your art journey if you're going to start your social media adventure. But it's only if you really want to take the social media part seriously. I think that posting and just like being consistent and posting all your artwork is good enough as far as keeping yourself consistent. So it's like, do you want to play the extra like kind of bonus round of like doing the social media thing and like actually trying to build something that people should care about, or are you just doing it for you? In which case that kind of changes it a little bit. But it's all up to you, my friend. It's all up to what you're looking to get out of it, what you're looking to do, and what you want from your journey. There's no wrong way to go about it, but I think that the only thing that's the wrong way to do it is to not start it at all.
Fun fact, I am able to stretch my arms quite well, which ended up with me being sent to the nurse just to check that I didn't accidentally dislocate my shoulder.
Wait, what? Really? Well, that's what I'm talking about, man. Stretching's important. You got to make sure you're healthy as an artist. Like, it's super not popular advice to give, and people get mad at you when you say stuff like that. But I think that being physically healthy is actually a very important part of being a really good artist. I'll be honest. How do I word this? I gotta be very careful how I word this. Let me think about this for a second. Artists that are at the very top of their game, I would say the vast majority of them have a uniquely impressive awareness of their physical conditioning. There you go. That's not to say that any artist can't have any sort of physical conditioning or whatever, but I will say you start to see trends. When you go to a game studio, like a real game studio, a big boy studio where everybody's making a lot of money and doing a lot of cool things, most of the art team is in good shape.
Okay, I have to go be social with two strangers.
Good luck.
I will be back hopefully
Have
before
fun.
you are done today, and if not, I will see you goobers tomorrow with more amazing pictures and references of the Spaniard.
Absolutely.
Love you all lots.
Have fun, Mel.
Smiling face with hearts.
Good luck. Catch you later. Enjoy your food and wine and whatever else that your Spanish adventures bring. Thanks, chill, Mel. Appreciate it. I'm one of the most flexible people in my family. Everyone hates me because I can reach behind my and pop my own upper back. That's pretty fun. That's a party trick, I guess. But yeah, everyone knows the sort of the meme of the goblin artist that just kind of sits behind his or her desk and like chugs cola and doesn't like leave and just like eats cup noodle. And the only places that I see that working out for people are in Asia. Like, I know a large amount of like manga artists are actually kind of degenerate, like a large number. But when it comes to a lot of like kind of artists over here, most of them are pretty active and lead a well-balanced life. And so if I was to take a student under my wing and say, hey, if you want to learn the ways of art from me, one of the things you're going to do is you're going to try and become more physically active every single day. You're going to find time every day to get up and do stuff, whether it's just going for a walk. Ideally, it would be the full like fitness journey of strength training and cardio and all that kind of stuff. So that'd be very much an important component of my art training of somebody, which a lot of people get mad about. A lot of people get mad about it. A lot of people are really resentful to the idea that taking care of your physical condition is an important part of building your skill set as an artist. But I just think it's important. I'm sorry. I think it's important. I think it's very, very important. And I mean, people disagree with me. That's fine. Like, you know, whatever. I'm not mad about it. Someone's like, that's cool, man, but I don't know. I'm just going to sit around and be a goblin. It's like, all right, sure, man, go for it. Like, it's not like if I was running a game studio, I wouldn't hire an out of shape artist if they were good. Like, obviously that's weird, but I'm just saying it tends to be that artists that sort of are more well-rounded in how they take care of themselves tend to be able to do what they're doing longer because they don't have back problems, they don't have like fatigue problems, and we're building general ideas here to work from, not specific instances. Makes sense. Exercise keeps your body in shape. It also helps you focus and have energy to get stuff done, which is, I think, actually, yeah, Cara, I think that's like a big portion of it for me, is that days that I go to the gym and work out, or, you know, let's not even go specific days, weeks where I am active, I feel much better in my like focusing abilities than I do weeks that I'm not active. And not even with weeks, but just like general sort of like stints. You know, if I have like a couple months that I like don't go to the gym as much, I'm kind of eating like shit, it's like whatever. It's like I'm sitting here tired and I'm not getting work done. I can't focus and I'm like, oh no, why? Well, and then weeks that I am or months that I am like kind of pursuing things better and taking care of myself and whatnot, there's just generally a better ability to focus and do work and be creatively engaged and have more energy later in the day and not feel as tired, not feel as kind of like worn down by the simple act of lifing. So it's like we're just trying to like maximize our results by being as like kind of generally doing as many generally good things as we can to give us the best shot at being successful in our studies and in our work. And I think that a lot of people just don't value the physical side of that, like at all. And I don't know why. I get why people don't do it, because it's like, it's annoying, right? It's fucking annoying. But I don't get the like resistance to it, where people are like mad about it when you say, yeah, I think that's important. It's like when I first started losing weight, I actually got some shit from people. Like those people didn't stick around chat that much longer anymore. But people were like acting as if I was like betraying like my fellow overweight fat dude, you know, by trying to focus on my health and be healthier and take care of my body and shit and lose weight and all that kind of stuff. And it's just very bizarre. But that's what I didn't really understand, is the resistance. Not even just the, like people being like, it's cool. Like I'd rather just sit around and, like, you know, chug cola and eat chips and wear my Umaru blanket. And it's like, that's totally fine, dog. Like that's like a no judgment, just love. But also being healthy and with good energy works well for us doing longer stretches of work. It does, yeah. It lets you work longer and better. Love that for them, though. I miss being a cup noodle goblin. Now I have to be an adult. I know, right? It's so unfair. Gotta take care of your shit. What the fuck, man? You mean I can't just live to be 100 by playing World of Warcraft and chilling? That's not a thing? Aw, man. Shit. I want to do something else with this ring. Put it up here, maybe? We can do that. I think this needs to come down and be... yeah, kind of break the horizon a little bit. And also come into this a little bit. Kind of come out the rock face. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. All right. Sick. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I'm active, fit, healthy, but I have a terrible habit of being a gremlin, hunching over when doing my art and forgetting about my physical needs, hydrating, eating, and taking breaks and stretching. Yeah, I mean, like, even what Flower was saying about not, like, being a goblin and crunching the pen all that often, I think that sometimes we say, oh, I've got this bad habit of doing this thing. And it's like, okay, do you want to fix it? do you actually want to fix it? And most people are like, oh yeah, I'd love to, but I can't because I'm super focused on this or that or whatever. And it's like, it's if you want to fix it, you can. Like, it's actually pretty straightforward. It's not easy, but it's like straightforward. We don't got to pretend like fixing our bad habits is, you know. So I mean, I think timers are great. Like it might seem a little, I don't know, childish or beneath us, but it's like, create a posture timer. That's what I did. That's what I got to do every once in a while. I got to get back into that because I have been hunching quite a bit, and I'm going to do it again. And you create a posture timer, and every 5 minutes your phone dings. And you're like, zoop, and then you goblin over, and then zoop. You know? Yeah, it's tough though, Maggie, right? Because it feels like there's like, you like get into these habits. I mean, maybe it's not for you. For me, I get into these habits that then you sort of don't realize are there until you're like really deep into it. And you're like, man, I've been like eating like shit or doing this or whatever, or doing whatever bad thing. Like, how did I get here? Holy fuck. I'm just sitting here like crunched over goblin in my chair. Like, And it feels like by the time you sort of like recognize it, it's not like necessarily too late, but it kind of feels like it's like ingrained and you have to like go through the whole process of like retraining yourself as if you were like 12 years old again. And that sucks. I might be worse off though than the average person. Maybe you guys are more well adjusted than I am, but I definitely need to sort of treat myself like an absolute unaware child when it comes to correcting a lot of these bad habits. How are you give advice on how to stay in shape? Wait, what? How are you giving advice in... Am I not... Wait, is my brain not working? You mean how am I at giving advice on staying in good shape and physical conditioning, Cal? Or like... I might be reading that wrong. Maybe something auto-corrected? Oh, how dare... Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering if something auto-corrected on your phone or whatever, or if I was just being dumb. Yeah, right. Well, and I think it's fair to be like, I don't know. Some people are very skeptical of. The thing is, like, everyone has an idea for what they want to do for their own physical health and whatnot, and I think that it's one of those things that. Am I recording? Oh, thank God I am. It's one of those things that, like, you can find, no matter what you believe in for your physical health and fitness, you can find research that backs it up for the most part. And whatever ideas you have, you can, like, think you're doing the right thing and then be mad at other people who are doing a different thing. Because, like, how could you be doing the right thing if they think they're doing the right thing? You know what I mean? It's like one of those kind of awkward interactions with people. So I try to be too specific because, like, I'm still I'm still a fatty. Like, I still got a lot of work to do. I got a lot of weight to lose. I got a lot of muscle to build and a lot of physical health to focus on. But, you know, I'm 100 pounds down, and I've learned a lot, and I feel a lot better about a lot of things. And it does help. It does make you able to pursue your other goals a lot easier and with more, I don't know, success maybe, just like effectiveness. Does anyone have any tips on naming things? Because I want to write down such draw a fantasy story, but I struggle with making up names for characters and 10 ads to sit through. Oof. Oh God, dude, is there a way to get Twitch to comment, like, cool it on the ads? This is getting ridiculous. Should I just shill for more people to sub so they don't have to sit through ads? Should I just be one of those streamers that's just constantly fucking complaining about how if you don't want to see ads, you can always subscribe? Because honestly, I'd say just get Twitch Turbo. Just get Twitch Turbo. It's like $10 a month or whatever. If you watch more than one Twitch stream, it's worth it. Then you don't have to deal with Twitch's bullshit ads. What's up, Azalea? Azalea, weren't you up late last night working? What are you doing up this early, bro? Oh, Maggie, god damn it. Thank you for continuing your sub. I appreciate it. Now you need not handle ads, but seriously, if you watch more than one Twitch stream, which I know you do, Twitch Turbo is probably a better bet than subbing to each individual Twitch channel that you... You know what I mean? Oh God, the COVID. Oh, the COVID cough. Holy shit. Dude, I haven't had COVID for almost a fucking month. Why do I still have this cough? It comes out of nowhere. What's up, Dorkin? What's good? How you doing, bud? The way I don't need to see them even when raiding. I see. That makes sense, yeah. Okay. Okay, we're defining shapes. This is gonna be dope. Oh, Thorkin, I need some more profanity lessons, by the way. How to complain about various different things. Like a guide. Like your character here, but for French Canadian profanity. You know? At some point. After everybody stream for fun, and the money I make through that I spend on other streamers I want to support, which now includes you. Aw, man. Maggie, come on. What a legend. Holy shit. You're far too kind, Maggie. I appreciate it, though. Jeez. I just need some, like, hot tea or some shit. Because this hasn't been warm for an hour, so. And yet I will still sip it as if it is. Alright, where else do we want to go with this? So wide open, vast landscapes. The realms of Veldara behind at least one of the realms. And you know what I need to do? I need some clouds in here. That's what I need. That's what I'm missing, is the clouds. Before we figure out what other shapes of mountains and stuff we need, I think we need our general shape of clouds and dragons and shit flying around in the background. That'd probably be a good start anyway. And then if I paint it out, ooh, I could do all the, like, the clouds sort of fading into... Ooh. Ooh, wait, this could look juicy, man. This could look real juicy. You guys have to resist the urge to put any clouds behind the giant swirling planet in the background. You know? There are aether flows that go through the night sky that you could put in the background. That would go on like the other side of the realms, as it were. Kind of like these ribbons of color, sort of like Aurora, but not quite the same vibe exactly. So please answer I can give for Twitch matches. Oh, I see. Okay, you responding to that. Okay. I missed it, Thorkin. I'm sorry. Don't quite know what all this is going to be, but it's going to be something. It's going to be some ruins or whatever. Maybe I'll just like redo it. Like some protruding bridge that would have gone across to our sage temple in ancient times. I think one of the vibes I really want to capture in Eldara is that it is a world that is in some ways lonely compared to what it used to be, but not in a sad way, in kind of like a mystery and intrigue way. One of my favorite things about fantasy is that there's often this like sense of there was some sort of great civilization here before, and we are kind of, it's like one of those very human stories, because I think there's a lot of like interest and ideas in the myth and mystery of like ancient civilizations and people here before and things like that in our own world, because there's always like mysteries of like some cave painting or whatever you find in the 14th century, and you're like, what the fuck was that shit? It's a story that finds its way into fantasy and myth quite often. I think it's a great one to kind of rely on. Or to, not even rely on, but to lean into. What's up, Jess? It's going well, my friend. Good to see you. How you doing, Jess? All right. I don't know what's going to be all down here, but some... I don't want to do all water. Waters would be kind of cool, but... I mean, maybe. I don't know. Do water down here. We'd get a sense of reflection. That could be kind of cool. Maybe? Could be kind of neat. Especially if it's like more still water. And this could be like an important temple somewhere off in the vastness of Novalia. Or whatever. Now, it would be also beneficial for me to do some more zoomed in landscapes, things like that, like scenes and shit. Temples and the like. Where do we want to go next? Could do a staff man. Could do just general. How would we do a staff man if we want to do a staff man? Okay, I might include a staff man. All right, there's a non-0% chance that I will include staff man because it is a landscape, and this is the one word that comes to mind when I think landscape is staff man. It is a rule in concept art. It is a tradition in concept art. If you try to be a concept artist and you don't have your own staff man, what are you doing? You're kind of throwing, if you ask me. So. That's an important consideration. But do I want to do them really small, or do I want to do our staff man kind of like larger? A little more personal if you have a large staff man in there, but even staff man sitting, cloak on the ground behind, staff hanging off the edge. That's kind of cool too. It's like a vibe. I don't know. We'll figure out staff man. We'll figure out what I want to do with it later. Okay. Finish our little mountain ranges here in the background, and then I can actually start sketching this out, I think we're almost ready. We're almost there. I wonder if I should just do it on this layer and not bother, like, try and refine it as opposed to doing another layer. Because, like, that'd be a challenge, but man, that'd be better for the process if I can go faster and do it that way. Maybe even embrace a little bit of the mess. Maybe even embrace it. Let's see. Maybe create some sort of like thing in the distance as well. What are my other sketches? Because I have a lot of other vertical sketches. I don't do a lot of horizontal ones because they're not as good to record videos for. Maybe it'd be worth it, to be honest. For our large sweeping landscapes. At least. The real subject of this is going to be the world in the background, which is going to be kind of a pretty big, colorful mess. Not even colorful, but it's going to be specific. You know what? I'm going to try something different today. Screw it. We're going to try it. You say some hands? Good luck, Thorkin. Good luck. Alright. Let's just get into it then. Fuck it. If it doesn't work out, then I can spend 20 minutes figuring out that it didn't work out, and then... You know? One sec, I want to try something. I want to see if I like something. I'm going to try redoing this. What if we did more of a, like a... Ooh, I like that more. Okay. An idea. And then we can have some of the ring components maybe showing through, like... Ooh, okay, hold up. This could be cool. And we have our temple kind of in the shadows of it. Ooh, alright. Wait, okay, I like this. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna draw like this temple that's kind of like coming out of this entire structure. And the whole thing sort of like is this like cascading kind of like temple mountaintop whatever thing. Let me make a little swatch here, so if I lose my pencil color by accident, I can get it back real easy. Try and stay zoomed out at least a little bit. And then I'm gonna shape the sketch and peel it away as opposed to trying to draw over it necessarily. Just be a whole lot more bold and I don't want to say the word's confident, but willing. Willing to experiment. I'm going to try my absolute best not to hatch too much because there's a very good chance that I'm going to color this in as well. So really want to try and be very minimal, descriptive but minimal and intentional with the sketch. We'll create some little buildings and structures and have a sense of scale here that kind of implies that the temple is like really massive. Lots of little intricate drawings of buildings and all that kind of nonsense. But I kind of like doing this kind of stuff too. Really small, intricate drawings are kind of satisfying too, you know? It's like you're sort of like playing in the sandbox that is your piece a little bit. Because once your like general composition's there, you can just kind of like do silly things and add in your little details and your designs however you want without feeling kind of constrained or like you have to draw everything to an excruciating level. You just sort of draw little buildings, little places. As long as it kind of works out, it sort of just like forms a bit of a texture. And that's the kind of thing you can paint later, but for now, just being a sketch, it's like kind of good enough is good enough, as it were. Although when I work like this, I do tend to detect my brush getting a little bit stiffer. It's hard to, like, you need to kind of push in more to get like really good solid lines. It's important to kind of be okay with it not being fully dark shade. Just go over it a bunch of times if you need to, without pushing harder. Yeah, this would be kind of cool. So we have a general idea of what where our like perspective and horizon line is. You can kind of wing it a little bit up here. You don't have to like have a super steady grid or anything like that. And it doesn't have to be exact as far as like proportions and the precision of it. You're more describing details than you are, or texture than you are details, sorry. Because when you zoom out, it all kind of like forms just like a strange texture that you can kind of reference. And then shadow shapes are also very important. Losing detail in your shadows is like a big thing. So all this is going to actually get converted into a shadow shape. And if I do paint it out, I haven't really screwed myself by making anything too dark or rendering anything out too much. Do a couple little windows on this side, though. You know, landscapes for me are always something that I was very passionate about, even when I was in art school. I always felt to me like a landscape was the best way to take someone somewhere, you know, new. That really, like, the character... I mean, I am a strong believer in the whole picture's 1,000 words kind of, like, general idea. Obviously, I think that's like overquoted and misused all the time, but I think that you can describe a lot of interesting shit a lot of interesting shit with good art, and the best authors tend to have an appreciation of that. But it is hard to work with a lot of authors, I find, because they have a very sort of strong ideas to the visual design of something, because they have a very good imagination for it. The problem is that, you know, often their, like, visualizations are not maybe as strong as what you'd get from, like, an experienced art team or whatever. So it's better to work with, like, with your artists and authors in harmony, as opposed to, like, just kind of demanding they follow your lead on whatever it is. So I don't work with a ton of authors. To be honest, one of the main reasons is because most like large authors go through like publishing companies, and so if you actually want to do book illustration, an author doesn't typically find the artist and say, "Oh, I want that artist to work for me." typically the author will say to their publisher, like, hey, what's my cover look like? You know? And the publisher will say, oh, here you go. Here's your cover. And they're like, cool, neat, love the art. Anyway, and that's where the conversation like ends. So a lot of the independent authors that are wanting to work with an artist like specifically, most of them are the ones that are very like vision focused and like kind of just want to tell you exactly what to do, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like as a client, there's nothing wrong with being particular and picky. And if you want to be particular and picky and you're willing to pay someone to let you be particular and picky, then there's nothing wrong with that. I don't work with people who are particular and picky. So that's like, it's not that I'll never do stuff with our authors, but in general, I just find that they don't make the kind of clients that I enjoy working with. Which is why I don't really have any book covers or anything that I've ever done that are of any notoriety, especially in recent years. What's up, Michael? You can write out a script easily, but then you're like, okay, what does the room look like? Where does the furniture go? What motifs are present in the culture? And what viewpoint, third person or first person, etc. Right. Yeah, experienced it recently, really? A picky client or an author? Or both? And like, I do feel bad sometimes because there'll be like a client that has a really good idea, but they'll send me way too much reference and way too much whatever. And when somebody sends me way too much reference and all that kind of stuff, that's totally fine. People are just excited. I'll ask them like what they like about the vibes, and I'll try and use them like a mood board than as specifics. And if I really glean out that someone is trying to be very specific with their project, then I'll typically suss it out and say like, hey, I'm not sure if I'm the best to deliver on your vision. And I always take it on my shoulders because, you know, it's just a good way to de-escalate. Like it's when you first hear the term firing your clients, you think it's this like sort of thing where it's this like dramatic sort of like you're fired moment. But firing your clients is actually something that's best done apologetically, and where you reference your own inadequacies. You sort of have to take responsibility for it and, you know, make someone not feel bad about it necessarily. Because, like, very rarely when I fire a client is because they're, like, kind of shitty. It's usually just it's different to work with, like, it's hard to work with them. And so you're like, hey, I don't think I'm going to get this right. Like, I really appreciate the opportunity, but, like, I don't want to spoil your project, and your vision's awesome, and I just don't think I can kind of deliver on exactly what you're looking for, and I think you deserve to have exactly what you're looking for because your project sounds amazing, your character is awesome, whatever. And they're like, oh, okay, like they're often disappointed, but they're understanding because you're just like being upfront with them. But you know, I'm not going to say like, hey, just so you know, you're a bit too picky, you're kind of micromanaging, and I don't want to deal with your shit. Like, what are you gonna do? Say that and then just like make an enemy of them? No. And like, I've had even clients that I've sort of like have been kind of picky and micromanaging and whatnot, that I've been like, ooh, I am not working with this guy. And then they'll recommend me, and then person will be like, hey, so, you know, so and so said that you started a project together, it didn't work out, but they said you're great to work with, and I love your style. I'm wondering if we could try and do something like this. And it's like, sure, great. So it is worth it. Like, you will get, I think, more work out of that if you're like just don't burn bridges unnecessarily, right? It's kind of the same thing with streaming. If someone's like argumentative and weird, you don't just like make a big deal of it. You just like quietly, you know, kind of adjust. You don't want to be like a weird, I don't know, you just never want to make it weird for people. Just always like de-escalate your like bad clients and then quietly exit your project, and you don't have to worry about it. Forgot to name my layer. What am I? Me from last week? Picky client who was an author. Oh, both. Jeez, Taco. That's it was a spaceship, a cross section that I didn't charge enough for. It wasn't bad though. Got it done and over with. And you know what? That's also hugely important. Is sometimes it's worth it just to power through something to get it over with. And you can kind of make the client happy, you wash your hands of it, you don't have to worry about it anymore, they're happy, hopefully, obviously, and then you just kind of move on. Right? I've had lots of things like that. I try my very hardest to make sure that I identify clients that are picky or annoying or whatever as early on in the process as I can, so that I don't get myself into a situation where I'm stuck doing that, because it sucks. I mean, you know how much it sucks. But I still do it, like you know, probably 80% less than I used to, but it still happens every once in a while where you think someone's like pretty chill to work with and you talk to them. It is one of the reasons why I don't charge early on the process. Like if you're talking about a 10-hour commission for like some portrait or whatever of some hot anime cat girl or some shit, there you go. The first 20% of the project will lead to the approval sketch. So the first 20% right there, this is the point where I will send them a message, and that's the approval. And I try and make sure that I do as much work so they can get a really good idea, so that this last 80%, maybe it's closer to like 30. You know what? It's probably closer to 30%. Actually, if I'm being honest. So that's where the approval is in there. And then when I actually deliver the project, I don't take any payment into here. So a lot of artists say, well, if you don't take payment right here, this is when you're supposed to take the first half of payment right there, because if you get to the end and it sucks or whatever, they like flake on you or some shit, then at least you have half your payment up front. I don't take any payment until right here, until the approval sketch. So sometimes I do work where I'll do 30% of a project, and then I'll find out right here that the client's kind of a pain to work with, and then I'll like say to them, hey, just so you know, like, you know, I don't think this is gonna work. Thanks for considering me. Whatever. Have a great life. See you later. Yeah, occasionally you get burnt by doing this. But in doing this, it's always insurance, I find, so that when you cannot take payment, that means that you can, it is so easy to fire a client up until the point you take payment. And then you have to return the payment, and it's more awkward. It's this whole thing. It's like a weird thing. They have to now do stuff to sort of like get their payment back. It's like, it's just annoying. So that's why I don't do anything. And I do a lot of upfront work without any payment or anything like that, you know, to that point. And then generally I've built a system enough for myself that I know the way to talk to somebody to figure out if they're going to be picky and annoying to work with, so that I don't get myself stuck into anything. And I think it works, and I think a lot of artists should try it at least a little bit. But to be honest, I get why a lot of people are uncomfortable with the idea of not taking payment at all up front. But man, if you ever find yourself like needing to fire clients and wanting to and being stuck in projects, like I get stuck in projects sometimes. I mean, I got stuck in projects because, you know, I had forgotten to update my prices on my requests at some point in time, and I was like sort of doing stuff, and this guy was like, hey, yo, dude, I'm gonna get one of these, and I'm like, oh fuck, now I have to do that for like half as much as I wanted to. Oh fuck, you know. But then you just do it and get it over with, and exactly like you said, you just push it through and you get it over with, and you don't worry about it anymore. And rather than agonizing over it, right? Like it's good that you like just say, hey, I got it done over with, I don't need to worry about it again, as opposed to like worrying about it for a week, you know. What's your definition of a picky client? Could you maybe make an example of an interaction? Just curious. So I've had clients that say like, hey, I want a character, and you're like, cool. And like, I want a portrait of a character, and you're like, neat, but I want them to have one hand on a spear and holding it up to the side, and another hand on a sword and holding it straight to their side. And you're like, okay, that's a little specific. What vibe are you going for? I'm going for like a general like master of arms. Like I want them to seem like they're holding a lot of weapons. And you're like, okay, I could do some like ideas for you to make them seem like they're like holding a lot of weapons, or like they're a master of arms, rather than your vision of that, because obviously without saying this out loud, that's what I fucking do. And like, I would hope that I have a better idea and a better vision than yours. I'd hope so. So let me try some stuff. If you don't like it, that's fine. Most clients are like, you say to them like, okay, how dead set are you on a spear on this angle and a sword on their side like this? Like, how set are you? And people are like, well, I just want them to seem like they have a lot of weapons. And you're like, cool, I'm gonna try some stuff and we'll see if it works. Most clients are like, great, hell yeah, let's see what you got. And other clients are like, no, I want this exact thing. And it's like, fair enough. And then they'll say, I want them to have, they'll send you a Pinterest link to some hairstyle, and they're like, I want this hairstyle that's got like fucking shit all over it or whatever, and I want this exact hairstyle, and then I want them to look like this person from Game of Thrones or whatever. I want them to look like this person, but I want them to have the hair of this person, and I want them to be in this exact pose, you know. And that whole thing, it's like, without saying, like, I do much better with clients that want to vibe, because honestly, 80%, maybe 90, probably 100 close to sometimes, but whatever. 80%, 89% of the time, when somebody has an idea and they're like, hey, I have an idea for how this would work, and then they ask me to do something based on that, the thing that I do, I'll hear more often than not, wow, this is way better than I could have imagined. And it's like, perfect, exactly, good, beautiful, this is what I wanted. I wanted you to be delighted and surprised by giving me a vibe, and I can like pursue a character design or whatever based on that. And people that if people don't give you a chance as an artist to impress them and delight them, then the ideas are kind of often muted, I think. Can you use that work through for something else, right? Potentially, for what? What are you thinking, stuff? Sometimes it's easier to act picky and annoying, so people won't invite you anymore. Yeah, is that the plan, B-Town? I don't know. I can take 30% up front before I start drawing. If it's a person I never worked with prior, don't know anything about, it's an interesting point though. Well, actually, so this is also another thing that is kind of weird, but it works. Clients that come to you and pursue you in your DMs as opposed to a commission sheet are often a whole lot less flaky and a whole lot better. I don't like a commission sheet for a lot of reasons, and I can't quote the exact specifics of why it's better, but I can give you enough enough points that it makes a line on the graph, in my opinion. So I might have to make a commission sheet just for the sheer overwhelm of like DMs I get on TikTok now that I've been growing. But as far as my time on Twitch, I've always maintained that I'd rather talk to someone about an assignment or a project than have a sheet. And when you don't like advertise your sort of services in a direct way of like, I am artist and will artist for you, I find that kind of clients you get are much more like enthusiastic and willing to work with you and stuff. And so I very rarely charge anything up front unless someone gives me, because the problem is if somebody gives me enough of a bad vibe that I'm like, ooh, I should try and like charge them. I should charge them up front because I don't want them to flake or whatever. That's like a do not work with them. You know, like that's just don't work with them if you get that kind of a weird bad vibe. Obviously, you can't always pick your clients, especially if you need work. But if you get to the point where you can, that's a great sort of indication for good or bad clients. It's the tattoos, yeah, the specific tattoos. I don't mind those. People have like an important design. I'll sometimes like change it a bit to make it more interesting, typically, if I can. But yeah, I get it. I get it. Because I'm still young and excitable enough with people's ideas and stories that I don't mind being specific. We described exactly what I got recently. I have fun with working with them so far. Well, don't forget, Dusky, I'm not an illustrator. I'm a concept artist. That's a big difference. Yeah. So, my background is creating designs. And that's one of the reasons why my price point is what it is. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of work behind the scenes up front to create design after design after design after design to find the best solution to the character design, which is why I like working so much in D&D characters and stuff, because people want basically people want concept art of their characters. When somebody wants illustration of their characters, where they're like, oh, I've got a character I want you to draw, here's the full character reference, like, you know, blah blah blah, another artist did it, I want you in your style. Those projects I'm like generally not very interested in. Like, it's fine if you want to do that if it doesn't tax you at all, but I find those things a little bit mind numbing. If there's just like a design that you have to just replicate in your own style, just turn your brain off in art, like that's totally fine. A lot of artists love that shit. But I find that like a little soul sucking and will kind of kill my desire to actually be creative and make art. So I try and avoid those. I work with people mostly that want a character design and they want me to do it for some reason. And I don't typically work with people that are just looking for a stylistic replication of whatever they've got. There's nothing wrong with that. And it sounds like I might be talking down to it a little bit, and I'm absolutely not. It's just that for me personally, I don't find the challenge of character design daunting or like whatever. I find it exciting and invigorating, and I don't want to just do stuff that's a replication of other people's work. So, stayed off TikTok because my fear of brain rot, but is it really working out? I mean, yeah, I think so. You know, my TikTok's been growing. I changed up. I've learned a lot. I've thought a lot deeply about how to make better videos. That are more interesting to sort of watch. And I mean, like, they're doing well. Like, from where I started, at the beginning of the year, I was at 100, almost 200 followers. and I like more than doubled my following in January. Now, partly that was some big TikToks I had, like 4,800 views, 1,400 views, versus my average of like 300 to 1,000 views. But the reason I started it was for my own bookkeeping and my own process, and only recently did I start doing voiceovers where I start talking about the piece. So if you go back to my earliest TikToks here, they're just basically music in the background. It's just fucking music and me just like talking shit or whatever in my head. But once I started doing voiceovers and like kind of talking about the process or memeing a little bit or whatever, yeah, I mean like here, I haven't checked the comments on this in a while, but like, you know, are you currently taking commissions? There's one. Got a white-haired oracle. That's another one. That's like one TikTok, 2 requests. Want to commission you. If I had the budget, I'd commission you. Where can I find your commission sheet? You know, so like yeah, I mean, it's not obviously from TikTok. I get the consistency or the follow through on commissions is a lot lower, because once I like cite my prices, a lot of people kind of get a little, you know, not scared, but like, oh, okay, cool, you know, neat, see you later. As opposed to Twitch commissions that come from Discord and from Twitch and from our community are usually people kind of like value what I do enough that it's like not an issue. But no, I mean, TikTok's great. It's great. Record your process, not even for TikTok, but for yourself. I think it's a beneficial thing to do as an artist, is record your process. It takes no time. It requires you to have one piece of software installed. The files aren't that large, and there's no reason not to, I don't think. You know, if you really don't want to, it doesn't matter. Like, sure, whatever. You know, I'm not saying it's necessary to be a good artist or anything like that, but I think it's great. I think it's a great thing to do. Still find a lot of creativity working with specific descriptions and putting my own touch, and usually people still require some measure of adding to designing. Well, it's fair, you know, to what extent do you want it? You know, to what extent do you want, like, to do extra design work? But I find that when someone gives me a design, like, there's expectations, and when there's no expectations but vibes, people are much more willing to be delighted than just, like, tweaking a design. So, if you find a lot of creativity in there, that's amazing. Like, that's, like, fuck yeah, go for it. I find, hey, can you tweak this existing design, to be kind of mind-numbing. Unless the tweaking is something that I can do with impunity. So this piece that I did of Ulner, right? Like, if I go to this piece, so, or not this one specifically, but this file. So we'll close this, and we'll go to, where's the fan art one? Rosa, Turtle, Pirate. What the fuck's my fan art? Oh, there it is. You know, so this is a project I did where I'm tweaking a design. So there you go. This is Ulner. Great, amazing, beautiful, lovely VTuber friend. And this is my design in Eldara based off of her. But like, since Ulner's not commissioning me to do this, there's no anticipation or expectation of me like keeping any of these design things sacred on her model. So I can kind of like change what I want to and do what I want to for the actual piece. And that's fun. But if I had to do that for every single piece, I'd find that a little crushing, you know? I find that a little something. And that's my personal preference, so I just don't work with clients that want something super specific. Delete my TikTok account and switch to Redbook. They don't have ads, and my feed is not full of, or it's full of art and not whatever else TikTok sites show me. I mean, that's fine. There's, like, I wouldn't delete an account. That seems a little rash, you know. But yeah, if you're happier over there, fuck yeah. Like I said yesterday, you gotta be good about seeing what you want to do or what you want, and close the app. Do you do the CC? Oh, the closed captioning things? No, I don't know how to do that actually. Yeah, that's something I want to figure out how to do. I don't know quite yet how to do it. I know that you can do it through TikTok or through certain things or apps or whatever. I'm not exactly sure, but I'd like to, because I think that makes videos better and more watchable. But I have no idea what software and service people use or settings or whatever. So that's one of my things that I want to figure out how to do properly. Because no, I don't, and I'd like to. CSP can do it by default. Yeah, CSP and I think Procreate can also record your process, and Metabang can record your process, I believe. But obviously, if you're like a Photoshop user, you need to use OBS. So there's a couple programs that do it, but obviously I don't use any of those, so I can't give any specific advice on how to do it. I'm kind of like limiting myself with the amount of hatching I'm doing to not painting this in, and I realize I can do it anyway. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna think about it too much. I'm just gonna have fun, do whatever, and there's one story. One person won a giveaway at my channel, and just my luck, they were a concept artist. They co-worked with me. Basically, it was getting me bugged. Really? They had like something to say about every smallest thing, and it was a free gift for them too. Oh, if it's a giveaway, yeah, that's just a request, in my opinion. And I used to do giveaways for things like that, and it took me a long time. Like last year, I did a sketch requests every single Friday. Every single Friday, I took multiple sketch requests for the entire for 2 years, and it took me a long time to figure out how to do it properly. So I'd say like, tell me what an item is, or tell me where a place is, or whatever, and then the general gist of it, and I'll make a design for you. And anytime someone would try and be specific, like, oh, it's a wooden sword that looks like this, that looks like that, and then I started saying, give me no visual descriptions, because part of the fun of it was me creating a visual like design for them, and that helped a bit. Actually, it helped a lot. So yeah, I totally understand that you try and do a giveaway for something fun. It's one of the reasons why I never did character requests for giveaways on stream when that was the thing that was most requested, because people would have a lot more attachment to the specifics. And people got kind of weird and cringe about it, so most people couldn't manage a proper like giveaway. Like it's like, this isn't a commission. This is just like a cool little fun sketch I'm doing of your character based on your brief description. You know, I'm not canonizing these things as the way your character looks. Chill. But there were still enough people that made it weird that I just decided not to do it anymore. But yeah, figuring out how to manage those and how to word giveaways and things like that are really important. If it's something that's like, occasionally I'll do a giveaway on Twitter or something like that, or wherever, for a character design sketch. It is definitely hard to figure out how to talk to people, but, you know, it's doable. Clarification, they were concept artists in training. A bit of a young maximalist, too. That's adorable. CapCut, I think, is a popular free program for editing and adding words to TikTok. Does CapCut do it really? Because the problem with CapCut is that you need to pay for it now to remove the watermark. So CapCut will only do so many videos for you without a watermark on them. They changed it recently, actually. It's why I started editing my videos on my computer. It was not actually because the audio was better, obviously, with your real microphone as opposed to your phone. It was actually because CapCut decided they were gonna watermark your shit, and you got I think it said that I got like 7 or 6 or 5 or somewhere in there, less than 10 videos that I could remove the watermark from for free. So I said, no thank you, I'm done, you can get bent. So if there's something else that does it, that'd be great, but if it's like in-app, that'd be great too. But yeah, or maybe if enough people complain about CapCut, then it's not a problem. Love those, got some super sick magic items out of it. Yeah, they were a lot of fun, honestly. They're a lot of fun. It was very telling, Azalea, when I stopped doing that, how many people on Fridays would like come in and complain that I'm not doing like request sketches. It's like, damn, bro. Okay. Sorry to inconvenience you so much by not doing the free arts. My bad. I mean, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It's more amusing than anything else. Good advice, crazy thing to complain about? Yeah. Yeah, just if you set the premise and give them enough room to like express themselves in without giving them more of an invitation to like do more and like micromanage and nitpick. Marisol Gaming, thank you. I said that right? Marisol? I hope so. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Honored to have you. Hello. That's another thing that I also... So another thing I also learned, Dusky, is that I don't work for multiple clients. Ever. Anymore. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. I don't ever work for multiple clients in one project. Because you never know somebody's going to be a terrible client out of the group. So part of talking to someone so much about their character is you also get a good sense of what kind of person they are, and you get a good read on them. And you get a good read if they're maybe micromanaging or picky or whatever, or just like, let's just say not the kind of client that you'd work with. Your drawing looks so cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're doing some temple concept art for my new D&D class that I'm making for the lovely people in my Discord. So I got to do some landscape artwork to show the kind of temples they come from. So that's what we're doing today. But thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, I mean, I had a project where I said never again. Well, two projects. So one project was a guy who I was doing a piece for. I was doing a D&D character for, and he was such a fucking nightmare to work for. But I accepted the commission because he had cheered a large amount of bits in my chat, which is not ever a good reason. Don't ever let anyone pressure you because they've given you like tips or donations into doing work for them if it's gonna like kill your soul, unless it's worth it. Unless you decide it's worth it. They've microtransacted enough that you'll tolerate their bullshit, and this guy had not. But I thought he did, regardless. I know it's a bit of a mean way to say it, but it's kind of true. And I'd finished this project for him, and he said, amazing, good work. And I'm like, great. So you like it? And he's like, let me contemplate it. And I'm like, do you like it or not? And he's like, I have to think about it. And he really was the kind of guy that liked the idea of you working for him. It was very much you are in service to him. And he was kind of one of those things, you know? And I was like, okay, dude, contemplate if you like it. And so he comes back the next day. He's like, I showed it to my D&D players, and they recognized some issues with the piece. They brought up some good points here that I'd like changed. And it's like, okay, what did your D&D group not like? This thing right here. One of the players says he doesn't understand it. I'm like, well, you asked for them to be carrying this item, and you said in a glass jar, and so that's what he's carrying, is a glass jar. He's like, it wouldn't make sense for him to be carrying it on his hip. I'm like, well, you said you wanted to see it, so, you know, that's why I put it in the jar, and you said you liked it. And he's like, well, you know, I'm not my player, but I'll like put it in a bag, and then have it sticking out of the bag. And it's like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. And this is after approval sketches. This is at the end of the project, by the way. So I had to go back and do a lot of work. And then he's like, okay, you've made the changes to my satisfaction. Excellent work. And you're like, okay, thank you. You know, can I send you the finished file? And would you like to pay me now? And he's like, well, I need to ask my wife what she thinks. I'm like, to which his wife was like, I don't understand why this thing looks like that. He shouldn't look so mean. And I'm like, oh my God. So it was definitely one of those things, like Taco said earlier, that I just wanted out of. So I just made the changes, finished the project, fucking pieced out of that shit. So I try and get a sense of if that a person's gonna be difficult to work with, or like if I'm gonna be trying to earn anyone else's approval on the piece, if beyond them. The second one was somebody who asked me to do a party for their sketches for their entire party, which I pretty much always turn down flat out no matter what, because of the group there was 4 people. One of them, super amazing. Dude was like, dude, I saw your art, you're fucking sick. Whatever you got, like, I just need him to be like a bard, whatever, that has this hairstyle. Let's see what you got, champion. You're like, beautiful. Totally, let's go. And he was amazing. The next person was a bit specific, and there's nothing wrong with being a bit specific. He's like, hey, I kind of want this kind of a coat and that kind of whatever, and this kind of a thing and that kind of whatever. And you're like, okay, cool. And you know, he asked for some little changes, no big deal. The next one, the third one, was pretty easy to work with. They're pretty like particular, but I asked them if they were okay for me trying some other things out, and they're like, sure. And then the thing I tried out, they liked way more, and they're like, oh my God, this is fantastic. I can't believe, like, I didn't think of this. Like, hell yeah, let's go with this. And they're really excited. The fourth person, though, she wanted so many specific things and kept asking me for things, and then getting revisions and revisions and revisions and revisions to the whole fucking thing for the approval sketch, to the point where she was like, well, this isn't working. I want you to do exactly this, and gave me a bunch of links to Pinterest. And it's like, I don't want to do this. No, this is fucking, no, God damn it. But the problem is I've already agreed to work with this client. And so, like, even the client, the person who was like paying for all this stuff was one of the players. He was like, hey, I'm so sorry that like so-and-so is giving you so much flack. Just tell me how much it's going to be for all of her extra revisions. I'm so sorry. This is bullshit. I want to do this as a fun gift for my group. I didn't expect this to be a big fucking thing. I didn't think she'd be a nightmare to work with. Like, holy fuck, I'm so sorry. And I was like, it's okay, dude. It's whatever. I'll just make her happy and then just get this done, whatever. Which she was not happy in the end anyway. But I think her DM, or not, sorry, the player, and the DM were like, we need to start this fucking game, so the art that you have is gonna be the art that you fucking have. And so he was like, hey, whatever your current thing is, do that. And I was like, sure. So I finished that piece, and she kind of grumbled about it, but whatever. And it's the kind of thing where it's like, you don't know, like, I would never buy it, the work for the client sight unseen, I guess, anymore. So I don't accept party commissions unless I'm like sort of very clear about like, hey, I want you to be happy with this. You're the only person that I'm seeking the approval of, by the way. And so, cool. And so like I got a commission recently for a party for someone that I know that's in our chat often that said, hey, this is the way it is. Here it is. This is what it's going to be. Like, I know you have a thing against working for parties. So you're working for me on this and only me and my approval. And I'm going to show it to my players and hope they like it. I'm like, perfect. That works out for me. But again, it's a bit of a risk. And if I didn't know that person that I'm working for as well as I do, and they've been in my chat for as long as they have, and I've gotten to know them over the years as much as I have, I probably would say no to that kind of project. So protecting yourself and protecting your passion and your sanity against your clients and figuring out the kind of clients you can work well with, the kind of clients you can't work well with is such an important learning experience that you can almost not really speed run. You kind of have to make the mistakes along the way, I think. Cat worked for me until one day every video that came out had horribly broken bitrate. Really? I never had that problem. You should ask him for his D&D group's names and emails, you know, just in case to add to your blacklist. Yeah. Yeah, it was, to be fair, like that was completely my fault because that person was such a walking red flag for a client that I'd probably hate working for that I should have just flat out said no. I should have just said no, and you know, when they tried to like pull the, oh, but I've cheered so many bits in your chat and I've gifted like 50 subs, I should have been like, hey, thanks for that, I appreciate it. I'm not gonna do this thing for you, respectfully, love you, but you know. And I didn't have the fortitude or stomach to do that, and I got myself into a bad spot, and I learned my lesson, you know. Learned my fucking lesson. Which is why I try and read people super well when like obviously somebody asking you to do something is deep and profound honor, but at the same time as they're like gracing me with the opportunity to work for them, I'm also kind of trying to figuring out if I want to work for them at the same time. Which if you said that to people, they'd be like pretty mad about, I think. A lot of people would be pretty offended. Like, what? Well, maybe I should take my business elsewhere, and you know, fair enough. But I also have to make sure that I'm not gonna want to fling myself out to the window in the fucking freezing Canadian weather. Like the Coast Guard commissioning emblems, there are literally like 30 people you have to please. I did the first time. The second time it was like, nah, the artist wasn't great, so I did a paint over of changes, and she was like, I wish I could hire your wife. Damn, dog. That's kind of funny, actually. But it's also like, don't forget, it is also kind of an issue of like, you can be very picky about your clients so long as you're still paying rent. So don't mistake my like sort of opinion about how to work for clients and all that kind of shit with, sometimes you just gotta take that job, man. You just gotta take it. That dude's gonna give you $600 to draw his furry OC, and you just say, how many inches? I gotta eat this month. That's your commission in return for cheers. You didn't offer it first. No, they asked me, so it wasn't in return for cheers. That is something just flat out I will not do. People have tried to pull that with me, and like even people, it's tough when somebody, especially somebody who's cheered over $1,000, which very few people have, and even fewer people have like then tried to get something out of it, but some people do. And I do like rewards for my cheers that are like little small things that, you know, almost no one expects, and a lot of people are very happy with it, and it's like kind of fun. But it was accept this commission, still a paid project, but accept this commission, and you know, oh man, I've done so much for you, and it's like, ah, fuck. And that was something that I should have learned a better lesson. That was like, I was really stupid, because that project made me like, because the problem is I didn't accept like commissions for like 3 weeks after that, because I was just so drained and mad. So it's like, how much like missing work did I give up on because I was just like if somebody kills your passion and like demotivates you from working on shit, it's so dangerous and costly. You know what I mean? It's just so bad. I'm blessed that I'll have to pay rent. Yeah, there is that. Well, shit, yeah. I mean, then you can work a whole lot more freely, I guess, if you're not worried about it. Especially for artists that, like, they're artists kind of a side project and they have another job or whatever they do, or they have other income or whatever situation you're in, you know. If you can be more picky about your projects and your clients, then that's always a blessing. But one of the reasons why I was so picky to begin with is because when I first started streaming, I was still working as a graphic designer. So it's like, I'm going to charge somebody $80 for a character sketch. It's going to take me 10 hours. And if they're going to be a pain in the ass to work for, I'd rather do a 4-hour graphic design project for somebody for $250. Like a brand, like just a 4-hour logo design project for $250 and not have to deal with this shit. So it was an advantage that I had when I first started doing this shit, that I at least had another kind of like source of income and ability to not feel terrified. The terrifying moment was when I canceled all my clients. Basically, I told them, like, all my corporate clients, I wasn't doing graphic design anymore, and I passed them off to colleagues and friends and people I knew, and said, "Hey, take care. Thanks for all the work, but I'm off the market now." And they're like, "Shit. Okay. Well, good luck, man. Sorry to see you go, but have fun out there." That is a terrifying moment, though, when you say, you basically, like, quit your job to do streaming and art full time. And there's some people in my life that still think I'm doing graphic design work as well, because it's not worth the nuisance of being nagged about it. Like family members and stuff that I know don't watch my stream, that like found out that I was doing this, like, "Well, you're not giving up your real job, are you?" It's like, okay. I just stopped talking to them anyway, so it's fine, you know. You don't worry about it. Just finished my scientific map and it's gonna take 2 hours to render to PNG. Jesus, what the fuck? Can't imagine what that looks like then. Need folks for now, but I shall lurk. Dusky, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thanks for chilling. Look at that. Streamers lurking in streamers chats, man. The art category is great. Fucking love you guys. Try and return the favor as much as I can whenever I see you all alive. Even if I can't watch, I'll still go into the chat, mute the tab, and then go do whatever I need to do. Appreciate the hell out of it. Would have quit my job every couple of years anyway, and not working. Worse, taking 1.5 years to find a job and then working for a year. Oh, really? Is that just like a you thing, or is it your line of work type thing? I mean, anytime you go out on your own anyway, it's like terrifying, right? You don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know how to make things work and if it's gonna work. And it's scary, man. It's scary going off on your own. Obviously, it's scary. Husband job makes us move every 3 years. Oh, okay. Damn, that's tough, dude. That's brutal. Well, I guess, yeah, it's better than to try and do something you can do remote and on your own, at least to a certain extent. 746 layers in Illustrator. Jesus. Vector map. Damn, okay. That's quite ambitious. Well, I'm impressed. Sages sure do love spheres, man. Spheres, circles, mandalas. Oh, they love that shit. They're all about it, man. Are you kidding? Now, what's the specific reason for that? Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's fine. This, I think, is going to be the order hall for one of the 5, like, great orders. Probably the one out in Western Novalia. Close, actually, to where the Astral Knights exist in the world. A similar place in the mountains, but not quite. Obviously being a little different. Sages pondering them spheres? They love that shit, dude. Yeah, Cal gets it. Spheres are just superior shape. It is! Damn, okay, alright. Here I was thinking y'all would be questioning me, man. I didn't realize we had so many, sphere pondering enjoyers. Unlike that one stupid alert I have that's me pondering croissants, so maybe I shouldn't talk so much. Fully aware of the gifts of me that exist out on the internet. It is kind of nice working really small, but also, like, zoomed out, you know? I really miss this kind of work. These kind of landscapes, you know? Which I think I'm going to take a bit of a break at some point in time, and we're going to finish the... Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Open recent. Uh-oh, did I delete it again? If I delete it again, I'm just going to fucking throw my tablet out the window. Uh-oh. Okay, I did delete it. I might take a break at some point in time, bounce around, and finish this character off too, because I need to finish this for poor Cow Two-Face, because I feel really bad that I lost it. So, I'm going to bounce around a little bit, but... I feel when I'm doing landscapes and just like chilling and drawing and whatnot, that it's more like traditional to like what I normally do or where I started or whatever. I'm trying to connect with that more. I think I've like, with having a project, the one thing that's bad about it, even though I talk about how it's good to have a project all the time, the one thing that's bad about it is that you sometimes get constrained into feeling like you need to do work for it, which is a bad thing, or that you need to change your workflow if you like have stream or whatever, like commissions and all sorts of stuff. And sometimes I need to reconnect a little bit with just like the dumb artist inside of me that would take time to look through an art book and chill and talk about art for a bit and then hang out. If I was really being like super honest about my like workflow and I didn't really care about the experience of like, you know, viewing the stream or whatever, and I was just like totally honest, like work day with Evan, back in the day, I would probably have like taken time off in the middle of stream to like go play World of Warcraft for a half hour here and there. Because I used to take a lot of breaks to play games here and there, which are really good for me, and I want to try and do that again. Obviously, I can't do that while I'm streaming, because I'm not going to subject you guys to watching me play, like, a round of Battletech or some shit or whatever, like, watch YouTube videos with me for a half hour while I eat a snack or something. But, I'm trying to, like, reconnect with that more, like, authentic, honest kind of, like, workflow that I used to have, that I feel like I've lost a little bit to try and, like, kind of modernize my workflow. What's up, Venus? I started with G-plates, moved to QGIS. I don't know what this shit is, dude. I did the final erosion and climate simulations, then I did the vector art. I've been working on that for 6 months. Damn, you're finally rendering it? That's exciting, Ronnie. I'm excited for you, dude. I love the vibe of a big project coming to its close. That's amazing. Congratulations, seriously. Like, I really mean it. Like true and honest and happy for you, impressed, heartfelt congratulations, because... You know, when you do something for that long, sometimes it's like you don't get that reward sort of payoff the entire way through. You sort of have to delay it. But then you like take, of course, all 6 months of work and then drop it all in one batch here. And people are like, huh, neat. Scroll, right? So that's awesome, dude. You guys got froze? Uh-oh. Well. It's already looking amazing. Can't imagine how it's gonna look once done. Well, I mean, like, if you compare, like, these two pieces are, like one is vastly The reason I have this one here is not actually for comparison of detail level, but I just had her here so that I remember I made sure I sized this one properly. Because the problem is when I was doing sketches like this, if I'm usually doing sketches of people where their like heads are like this and whatnot through this thing, the actual sort of like size and scale of line work and hatching will change, and I want to make sure it's consistent for all these kind of requests. So that's the main reason why. Realize I need to be healthy to paint well, sleep and eat enough, you know? Absolutely, Venus. We were actually talking about that earlier today. About maintaining a healthy balance as an artist and how to do it and why it's important. So, I'm glad you're figuring that out now instead of when you've sort of like dealt with an injury or something. You know, a lot of artists don't get the message until they deal with some sort of incredible pain or art-related, career-related injury or something like that. And they're like, oh man, maybe I should take care of myself. And they joke about it. Like artists, like the most insufferable thing about millennials from my generation is the joking about how like, oh, I'm getting old. You know, like, you're not getting old, you're just dumb. Like, just take care of your body. Well, I guess that's what happens when you get old. You're 32. You're not old. Like go for a bike ride, dumbass. You just don't have the invulnerability that you had when you were 22. That's the only difference. Being like out lifted at the gym by a bunch of dudes in their 70s, and you're like, oh well, I'm too old. So a lot of these artists and people I've known, software engineers, developers, they'll like not take care of themselves, and then it'll catch up on them like rapidly, and then they'll have to like take a massive break off or whatever, and be like, damn, this getting old nonsense. Like that has nothing to do with it, my friend. I'm sorry. This is just me, like no one else is supposed to see it. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess we'll keep it a secret. You were never here, Ronnie. You never told me. I have no idea what you're doing. My parents away, and both my siblings are toxic gamers. I'm hearing swears from different ends of the house in different languages. Damn. Damn. Swearing in Estonian and in English, I'm guessing. Maybe they're swearing in French Canadian. Effet felt on tabernacle. What? It's not that cold out. I don't know what profanity in Estonian is based off of, but I hope it's hilarious. And Russian, what I think was Finnish. Oh, okay, fair enough. So they're playing Dota or Counter-Strike. Nice. Or Forza. Beautiful. That's right, Venus. You are the model sibling. You are the one that will redeem your bloodline. You are the one that will, I don't know, I don't put pressure on it. I wonder if this place gets snow. I should consider that for our roofs as well.
You can
Probably
swear
not.
Southern holy shit the bed almighty.
Southern US, yeah. I don't know if I'd know how to swear in Southern. Except in I think 100 bits Senex or Moose. Jeez, sorry. I don't know why I said Senex. I just saw green. Talk to fucking 60 people in a day and you misname your precious guild members. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Southern. Now, French Canadian. I'll be a broke poet who spent a house's down payment worth on learning art. You damn right you will. Mm-hmm. So I'm proud of you. Thank you for that 100 bits, Moose. I appreciate that. 1 hour to render a quarter. Well, maybe you can break it off into little chunks and then reassemble it. I've never had an image take that long to render in Illustrator ever. I'm so shocked and confused and curious as to what's going on your side of things there, Ronnie. Then it's all downhill? Yeah, you're right. You're right, Venus. It's okay. You'll start playing D&D with us, Venus, and then you'll forgo your art career as well. You won't have anything else to do. You'll just make fan art of your OCs. And you'll start using the word OC unironically for art. That's also a big red flag for me. If somebody says they have an OC, as opposed to a character, if somebody uses the word OC, I'm automatically like, I gotta do some. It's like a yellow flag, maybe. Yellow flag. Not a red flag, a yellow flag for people. There's a certain culture that comes with people who typically say that a lot, refer to their characters as OCs. I'm always like, we gotta do some investigation here. And if I get to Maine during summer meetup, Maine, do you know how far away Maine is from me? Maine is literally on the exact other side of the continent. That'd be like Venus me saying, hey, I'm going to Portugal this summer. Do you want to meet up there? Except instead of any train systems, they're all gone. There's just not a single train in Europe, and I'm gonna be in Portugal. Do you want to meet up? That's what asking about you being in Maine is like for me, unfortunately. I wish I could get over there easily. That's an expensive fucking flight. You know where Maine is compared to me? I know where Maine is compared to you, but you just asked me if I wanted to meet you in Maine. So I'm telling you where Maine isn't compared to me. I get to Portugal if I needed to, with no train. Dude, you'd have to fly or drive, and either one's going to be expensive. Actually, I wonder if it is like that. How long is the drive? Let's do Calgary because it's close to me. How long is the drive? What's the main city in Maine? From Calgary to... What's the capital of Maine? What's a city in Maine that I can think of? Does Maine even... It's basically bonus Canada. Let's just do Maine. Fuck it. No, not Mane. It is a 42-hour drive. Bangor? Is that a real word? Or is that the name of a Pokemon? I don't know. Is a 4,000 kilometer drive. How long is the drive between Lisbon to Estonia? It is also a 42-hour drive, so it's almost exactly the same drive. There you go. There you go, Venus. Are you driving 42 hours to meet me in Lisbon? Because if you do, I'll drive 42 hours to meet you in Portugal or in Maine. If I didn't spell it right, it's probably fine. Just started streaming chess on Twitch. I have no viewers since the last 2 days. Any tips? Well, I mean, you gotta wait for a long time for people to find your stream. As far as like growing as a streamer, I think that it's important to kind of know why you're streaming, right? If you're trying to just be as big as you possibly can, then the tip would be to model yourself after a big creator and then try and, you know, build your content that way. But if you're streaming for yourself and you're trying to, like, you know, achieve some sort of a goal or whatever, like trying to get better at chess or whatever, just focus on the experience of the viewer, and definitely make sure that you have the right kind of equipment and setup. People don't need a camera to watch a streamer, but people can't tolerate bad audio. So invest in a $100 Yeti or whatever, and don't overthink it. Just be yourself. You're gonna have like 100 bad streams before you start realizing how to do good streams, and just get your reps in. Get your reps in, don't worry about it too much, and watch creators that you want to be like and trying to figure out what they're doing. Banger, I hardly know her. Okay there. Okay there. I don't know if you bring Canadian maple syrup, it's a deal. Timbits and it's a deal. Timbits aren't even Canadian anymore. Gotta suck at it before you get good at it. Yep. Steph knows. Steph knows. Also, you were right, Steph. OC does scream DeviantArt. Because the thing is, like, OC is a term that applies specifically only to fan fiction. And so when someone is creating their own story and they say they have an OC, to me, it tells me that they are more ingrained in the culture of DeviantArt and that kind of like side of the internet rather than storytelling. They spent too much time in that culture that they like caught the lingo from it, you know? Right? Like imagine Brandon Sanderson referring to his fucking heroine in Mistborn as his OC. Just imagine, right? Conceptualize it, if you will. But yeah, I don't know what Timbits. Timbits are, they're good as shit. They're not Canadian anymore. Tim Hortons isn't a Canadian institution. If you want Canadian coffee, you have to go to Second Cup. I'm pretty sure Tim Hortons was sold to an American company, and then it's like Brazilian or some South American company now. But it fucking sucks now. Nobody that I know actually likes it. Everybody goes to it because it's everywhere. But I swore it off. I'm not doing Tim Hortons anymore. I'm just done with that shit. If I wanted a donut that was like completely stuck to the side of the bag, Tim Hortons, I guess it's okay if you're getting donuts in the quantity more than 6 or more. But if you're getting any sort of Tim Hortons donut in any less of a quantity and they get put it in a bag for you, you're kind of fucked. It's over for you, kid. Because I think it's to be silly if people start calling their characters their spawn. That is kind of metal though, right? There's like, I mean, it is silly, but that there is like a part of that that's like, it's a little metal kind of thing, you know? I don't know. I like have a small appreciation for it, just a slight appreciation for that. There's at least some part that I can be amused by. I don't drink coffee. I'm doing raw suffering style. Yep. There you go. No caffeine. So the big problem with Tim Hortons donuts is that Tim Hortons used to be good, and then when it wasn't good, it used to be cheap. But then Tim Hortons got expensive. It's like McDonald's back in the day, you know? It's like, if you didn't like McDonald's or whatever, it was fine because at least McDonald's was cheap. It wasn't good, but it was cheap. And now it's like 15 bucks for a fucking small burger meal or whatever. And you're like, wait, this isn't cheap anymore either. And that's kind of what Tim Hortons is for a lot of people. Like, Tim Hortons is like non-fancy donuts. It's very, very non-fancy donuts. The problem is, like, if I want a donut, there's at least a half, like at least a 50% chance I'll want a fancy donut. So I'll go to one of the fancy donut places close to where I, like, in Calgary or whatever. I'll go to one of the fancy donut places and get my fancy donut. But if I want a basic bitch donut, I'd still go to, like, Donut Mill or whatever, or someplace in, like, Red Deer or something like that. Then go to Tim Hortons. This is not even the best basic donuts. Like, come on, man. Listen, it's cold here in Canada. We don't got a lot to be excited about. It's cold and dark all the time. And we don't drink heavily enough like the Northern Europeans, so we have to cope with it with some other way. With donuts. That's why we're so overweight. So I'm very particular about this, alright? Listen. The thing is, this is a serious issue in Canada. Trade war or not, we're still far more concerned with the quality of the donuts in our city. We're doing Steel, we're building worlds, we're telling stories, we're doing things. How you doing, Steel? What's good? We got a temple going. No caffeine, no alcohol, no nicotine, just because I tried and ew, cider is good? Yeah, that's probably for the best. Honestly, Venus, nothing ever happened. Nothing good, almost nothing good ever happens at parties where people are drinking. Like, I mean it. Maybe a little bit of drinking, like, you know, social drinking, but heavy drinking, nothing ever happens at parties where people are drinking heavily. That's good. Nicotine's fine. It's like a whatever. Some people love it, but I think it's a bit of a crutch. And that's why I treat a lot of substances as crutches that I don't want to, like, get used to. Because I feel like I would. I feel like if I, like, you know, there's a lot of, like, professionals that are super productive and like, oh shit, I chew nicotine gum and I'm so wired in, I'm locked in, nicotine and caffeine, and I'm like ready to go. And I'm like, I don't want to know what that's like, because since it's not sustainable, what if I like it? You know what I mean? Same thing with my friends that when we were young and whatnot, they'd be like smoking weed and shit and be like, dude, you'll do your best art when you're high. And I'm like, but then I have to be high all the time to do my best work. So I try it and then I'm mad that I tried it, or I don't try it. And then I'm, you know, like there's never, I don't know, any kind of substance or whatever. Obviously you never judge anybody because everybody treats it differently. The problem is when you talk about how you wouldn't be able to handle it, people think that you're judging them. It's like, no, dude, you can do whatever you want. I don't think I could handle a substance at all. I'd get stuck on it. I'd get fucking locked in. I would not be able to handle it well. So I try and stay away from all that. Alcohol, nicotine, anything. Caffeine's one that I do engage with a little bit. But like last night I had an okay sleep, so I didn't have any caffeine today. The day before I had a terrible sleep, and so yesterday morning I had 2 water bottles. One was an electrolyte and the other was caffeine supplement. It's like Queen's Gambit. She was talented without opioids, but started feeling like her talent came from the pills. Interesting. I never watched that. Mom stopped taking pain meds because she didn't want to deal with any opioid addiction, and her doctor's staring at her like a miracle. Right? It's I don't know. That shit's super scary. Anytime I was like after a surgery or whatever, because I've had a bunch of surgeries and shit, and they give me like a hardcore like whatever painkiller, I'm like, is this a habit forming substance? And they're like, yeah, but it's okay, we only give you 2 weeks worth. I'm like, I'm good. Like, but sir, Tylenol alone won't. I'm good. Okay, well, good luck. So I get it. It's partially why I don't like it people are drinking alcohol at D&D sessions. If it's the light stuff in moderation, that's fine. But players are heavy drinking, I'd rather not be playing that night. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like hang around with people like that that drink heavily. Anyway, it's just kind of boring. Like sure, I mean, for some people, loosens them up, whatever. And like, yeah, you know, have a couple drinks with dinner. It's not that big of a deal. Like, whatever, grab a beer or two. But like when you have a friend group or whatever that's like, yo, we're gonna go get shots. And you're like, why? Because it's the most cost-effective way to get as drunk as possible, as fast as possible. I'm like, I'm good. Again, no judgment if that's what you love to do, and that's like something you like regulate really well and like all that kind of stuff. That's great. But like for me, I don't trust myself, man. I don't trust myself with any of that shit. Nothing. Nope. Dude, when I was young and I was as fat as I was, are you kidding? I couldn't even handle like fucking legal shit like Pop-Tarts. You think I'm gonna handle fucking hard stuff? No. No. Not me. Very scary, medical or not? Yeah. Yeah. Are we getting ancient temple vibes out of this yet? Am I hitting the mark? Do you guys feel inspired to go on a journey to an ancient temple yet? Are we going on an adventure soon? Is that what? Are we feeling this? I'm trying to give ancient temple vibes, and I don't know if I'm getting there or not. Nope. Shit. A lot of music in the 60s through most of the 70s was all written under the influence of one thing or another. Yeah, that's a good point. Did it get better or worse for a while without the meds? Like pain and stuff? I don't think it's different for everybody. Too many bad things happen in ancient. You don't want to go to the ancient temple? An adventure, not Tomb Raider? Oh, come on. What do you mean? You can be like Lara Croft. Have the double gun holsters all up under your boobs and shit? Hell yeah. You kidding? Doesn't want to be a Tomb Raider. Pfft. Nathan Drake and Lara Croft think otherwise. She doesn't want to go back? Yeah, I get that. Really even have just caffeine? Yeah, you can get stuck on it. Like, always be wary of caffeine and know that you can use it for like certain things and whatnot, and then go on a little bit of a detox once in a while to reset your caffeine tolerance. Caffeine's great in small amounts. 100%. Yeah. But obviously if you need it all the time, it's like really, really bad. You'd fly with the dragon for your training arc. All right, well, at least one of you guys wants to go on an adventure in my silly game. At least one of you, man. Like, fuck. Thanks, Venus. Thanks for wanting to go on a silly adventure in my silly D&D thing. The rest of you can sit in the guild hall earning no EXP. There. Coffee's too bitter and energy drinks are expensive. They are, right? They are very expensive. And you know, that's a good point. I never actually learned to like coffee. Ever. It's just so weird. I don't know why. Okay. Kind of feel like I need to put like a road up here or something like that, but it's probably going to be too small to see, so can't really worry about that all that much. Yeah. Man, I wonder if this should be in color, though, if I'm really throwing by not doing this in color. Fuck. Maybe I'll try and tone down the hatching just a smidge. Well, hold on. How much hatching I did for... Wait. I can go to TikTok and look at my own fucking piece. Okay, how much hatching did I do for, like... For this one? I think I did a fair amount, right? Yeah, I still did a fair amount of hatching in here, so... Okay, you know, I'll do something like this. So it'll be a little more basic as far as the colors go, but... This looks fine for what it's supposed to be. A little quick, like, class art thingy. Alright. I know what I'm doing. I know what we're doing. Is there an ancient monk there who will teach me the ways of the arcane? Absolutely. There's like 7. You can befriend all of them. There's like 500 astral sages that live here. A bunch of them are so old they just float. They don't even walk anymore. I just said, screw that. I'm too old for this nonsense. I'm just floating everywhere. They just sit in their little disc pillow thingy and just float around like fucking Yoda or whatever. Or tomb my late grandfather whose markings of his studies on the walls that unlock secrets of the region. Yeah. Yeah. See? Every good adventure is a Tomb Raider. Venus gets it. Mm-hmm. Venus gets it. This is why she gets to go on the adventures. And the rest of us stay at home. Except for the adventure she decided to go on to Maine. I don't know if I really agree with that one, but the rest of them seem cool. Nothing wrong with Maine. I'm just kidding. The worst thing about Maine... And remember, I've never been there, specifically to Maine, but I have been to Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, which is basically Maine. The worst thing about Maine, people are going to be mad about this, is the food. People are like, what? What? How can you say that? Maine has some of the best food in America. I'm like, I agree. Well, if you agree, then how is it the worst part? It's the food. Oh no, it's not the food itself. It's the people who won't shut up about the food. Like, a lot of places just quietly have amazing food. But everybody I've met from Maine treats it like it's their entire fucking identity. And they're like, oh, hey, nice to meet you. What's your name? Maine lobster's really good. And you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, so you're from Maine? Yes, the lobster's fantastic and the food is amazing. You're like, great. So, I'm Evan. Nice to meet you. Oh, I'm from Maine and the food's amazing. And you're like, okay, but like, what's your name? And they just smile at you and say, Maine lobster. Have you tried it? How about some Old Bay? Like, God damn it. God damn it. Best food in America is chemically engineered Italian food. You think so? But I do like your intuition that the best food in America is chemically engineered. Ella has a thing about churros in Disneyland. She says that churros in Disneyland have the precise and correct amount of chemical taste to them. She doesn't like churros anywhere else, but she'll get a churro whenever we're in Disneyland for whatever reason. If we're anywhere in Southern California, she's like, we need to stop at downtown Disney and I need to get a churro. I'm like, okay. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. I beg differ, the Korean beef bulgogi by the train tracks across the military base is pretty good. Well, there you go. There you go. We got opinions flying. All right. Look at these runes coming together, man. We're getting some runes done. Couple engineer Italian food. Love Chef Boyardee. Is that what it is? I had no idea. Give me 1 second to grab something. All right. Ooh, lobster got this time, man. Lobster got. Damn. What a tragedy. Okay, we'll do the runes for a little bit, and then I think I want to switch over and do some work on that piece for cow 3 or 4 face. I don't remember how many faces cow is. Best excuse to eat cereal, the milk expires tomorrow. Atta girl. Real milk? Oh my god, it's been so long. All I drink is fucking pulped almond right now. So tragic. I figured out why it was taking so long. I was rendering out at 600 DPI, so I was turning a 10K image into like 200 plus K. Ooh. That will get you. Wow, I'm glad we figured that out. I'm impressed, Ronnie. I'm impressed. You're not messing around with this, dog. You're going hard. Yeah, damn, dude. Okay. Eldari runes are always kind of interesting to sketch because I never know how like broken and shattered to make them, but I think it's important to kind of have them be pretty chewed up if they're that big and that old. Leaving the kind of the perfectly intact ones for... It's one regret I had for the previous runes I've done is leaving them too intact, but I think it's necessary to have both as an example for players, that you can like find both kind of rune sites. They're silencing our voices? You did exclamation revolt. I mean, yeah. Listen, the revolution is not here. The revolution is not now. This is instead EBA time, so yeah, hold up. I'm being revolutioned. There are few people that would survive the revolution in the Dragon's Clan, let's be fair. It'd be like Thorkin and like maybe Blaze. Are those any of those circle runes that are 100% in pristine condition? Very rarely, but you'll find them here and there. One of the ones that is the most is the main runes at... Where is my Instagram? The main runes that I've drawn in Novalia, that I have a big painting of. These ones are mostly intact because they're a really big, important, fancy site in the center of this like giant valley in Novalia where a bunch of the sages sort of like live and do shit and whatnot. And there's a couple big rune sites like that in Novalia that have intact, half buried and you know, usable rune sites. But one of actually the only intact rings that are fully and completely intact is found at the Astral Knight Temple. If you didn't know. It's one of the only places. Now, what are the lore implications? I guess you have to play an Astral Knight if you want. Which, damn, we did a lot of work on last night. Those of you who showed up for the secret late night stream were, you are putting work in. I was impressed. You got a lot of stuff done. Thorkin stream when? Thorkin stream when? I don't know, ask Thorkin. I'm wondering the same thing. I think I'm still subbed in, actually. I'm not sure. I get cleared a bunch of my subs at some point in time. I unsubbed to my inactive friends, but I think I might have kept my Thorkin sub. Really drawing very well, a very productive stream. I think much brainstorming. Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. True sight. Yeah, how mad would you guys be if Astronauts just got true sight at level 14? Because that's what it looks like is going to be the case. Warlocks can get it. Knights can get it too. Maybe a dragon rider and fly through those hoops. Well, you can be a wyvern rider of some variety, but a dragon rider... See, dragons are a very rare, very unique, very uncommon thing in Eldarin history. I'm very cautious to invoke the name of an actual dragon in the fantasy, because I think that's not the greatest idea from a storytelling standpoint. There are dragon-like creatures you can ride if you like dragons that just aren't actual mystical beings of creation. The mystery of dragons is actually a big one. The reason why I'm kind of cagey about it and I don't talk about it much is because dragons are going to have a very, very important lore role at some point in time in Eldara, and I don't want to kind of like ruin it or spoil it for people who are going to play the adventure. I know that like a lot of people here won't ever play the adventure and don't give a shit and are just here for like memes and art and like hanging out, and that's cool too. I'm like super happy for that to be the case. But I know there's people in chat always that are excited about the project and excited about the adventure, and I don't want to ruin it for anybody. This guy's on vacation flying through floaty loops. Yeah. Old Aldarian Sky Knights, which I need to change the name of because there's too many people who have been confusing Aldaria and Eldari. Even though they look very different on the page, they don't look that different, or they don't sound that different. And I need to rename the Aldarians to something else, probably, and use the name somewhere elsewhere in the world. Maybe I'll change the name of New Loria to Aldaria, and I'll change the Loric Empire and the Aldarian Empire. It might just be that easy of a fix for me. Stole the idea from my own world, damn it. Yeah. Can I be a Velociraptor rider? You can. There's actually dinosaurs in, if you look at the Relic Coast map, in the Primeval Expanse and the Starshore Valley, there are dinosaurs. All kinds of dinosaurs. Dinosaurus Rex, Rapteria Gargantia, and you know what, Venus? They're all Spielberg dinosaurs. Because I'm so sick of somebody coming in, adjusting their glasses and being like, oh, actually, dinosaurs all had feathers? Shut up, nerd. No 7-year-old playing with dinosaur rubber toys, or plastic, that like smelly plastic fucking dinosaur toy, whatever that you get like animal toys made of. No 7-year-old playing with dinosaurs made of that disgusting plastic wants them to have feathers on them. They're all giant, terrifying lizards, and if I'm making a fantasy world, I'm gonna lean into that. No Dinosaurus Rex for you, kid. Getting Uteranus? The fuck is that? Feathered and T-Rex in the best way? Alright, go for it. Yeah, hit it. First animal I remember drawing was a dinosaur with a mullet. Dinosaur with a mullet. That's cute. Dude, I'm so jealous of people that have the ability to catalog their work as their youthful self with the digital age. There was none of that shit. There was no photographing or scanning stuff when I was a kid. So all my earliest art, if it's not like physically in my hands, it just doesn't exist anymore. You know, I'm gonna message my mom after stream and actually asked her if she has my art. I haven't done that yet, and I was going to. This week, call mom about art. There you go. That's what I'll do. Let me see if I can swing by there and grab a bunch of it if she has it. I'm sure that she wants to get rid of that shit anyway. I actually have no idea what kind of art she has up in her house. I haven't been in my mom's place in a long time. I don't know if she even has any of my art up anymore. So I don't know what she has, actually. I need to ask her. I've seen the kind of nonsense my dad has, the paintings that he has up in his place, but I don't actually know what my mom has in her place. And I'm almost 100% positive my brother doesn't have a single piece of my art in his place, so I'm safe there. Almost positive. I think we're good. I wonder if there's any other wild Evan art out there in the world, like original pieces. Besides, like, the sketches I do for Patreon and stuff. I mean, like, big, substantial paintings or anything like that. It's all hanging on the fridge still? It's been on the fridge for, like, 25 years? Damn, bro. Stopped keeping a lot of my old art and gave up on it a long time ago when an art school told me they wouldn't take me on because I don't dress like an artist. What does you don't dress like an artist mean? The fuck? Because art, is it that you dress like normally and like well? Because that was like the punk rock thing you could do when I was in art school. If you really want to be punk rock and look different and like be unique, you know, clothing or safety pins through your fucking clothing and a beret and all that like traditional art school crap is not the way you be different in art school. The way you be different in punk rock and unique and cool at art school is you wear a fucking like suit and dress nicely, like business casual or whatever. That's how you be punk rock for art school. So I don't know what kind of art school doesn't have a dress or has a dress code. That doesn't sound like a real art school to me. I'm sus that maybe you probably dodged a bullet, because I can't imagine any real art school saying, like, maybe a big art school, like if you went to art center, they might tell you you have to dress like semi-professionally, in which case, like, you know, maybe I agree with them on that. I don't know. Like professional formal. Okay, well, I don't know. You know, maybe there's something to it, I guess. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but I'm saying I understand where they're coming from if they want to present a professional environment. That still seems a little weird. Actually, let's see. Does Art Center have a dress code? If Art Center has a dress code, then I support it. If not, then fuck that. Does Art Center of LA have a dress code? Let's see. I don't see them say they have a dress code. And so if Art Center doesn't have a dress code, then I can't imagine. Let me Control F this. Yeah, if Art Center doesn't have a dress code, then I can't imagine any art school should have one. Maybe if you're dressing like ridiculously for a professional environment, then I could understand it. If you want to wear fucking like crazy shit, but if it's just like you're kind of quirky and unique, like, I don't know. It seems like kind of weird. But hey, man, I don't know the whole story. It sounds kind of weird. It sounds kind of weird they would like enforce that, right? Kind of weird, champ, if you're not allowed to dress how you want for art school. Unless, Zelia, you were like, I want to wear my Chun-Li cosplay every single day, then it's like, okay. Okay. I sold a professional interview, so I showed up and dressed professionally. Really? Okay. Well, that's weird then. Okay. Well, I don't know. Fuck them, I guess. Screw it. My art school had people dressed like freaks, man. It was kind of weird. Because don't forget, I went to like a real design school that's like attached to a air quote art school. So any kind of like modern art meme you can think of happened at the art school side of my art school, but the design school was like pretty professional and like treated their students as like kind of professionals and shit, and you kind of couldn't pull a lot of crap there. There was no BSing, there was no like warming your way out of projects and shit like that. It was all pretty hardcore. Just fine, you know. But the art school side of it was pretty crazy, man. Pretty fucking crazy. Back to being professional? Alright, good luck, Steele. I'm in film school and no one cared. Some students showed up in PJs. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't have like probably a very good opinion on dress and how to present yourself and stuff. For me, I've never felt like I need to be like super unique or individual or whatever. To a point where I need to be it for whatever sake. Like, I like dressing however I like dressing, whatever. I never really put a lot of thought into being different or unique or whatever. But I know it's like a big deal for a lot of people. They don't want to like sort of play into the societal expectations and norms. And it's one of those things, like when you go to Japan, you don't dress like a weirdo. You dress like well if you want to be accepted in Japan, especially as a foreigner. You want to go to like a nice place or whatever and you want to dress like a, you know, Murloc hoodie, cargo short wearing, rainbow sneaker sporting, like gamer or like anime nerd or whatever, like you're gonna get treated like differently and a lot more poorly than you would in North America for dressing like that. And so it's kind of like you just play the game. I mean, whatever. You just like I've never felt like playing the game and just like dressing how people like expect you to dress or whatever is like some sort of weird submission or like, I don't know, like faltering of your true self. It's just like I don't know, man. It's just kind of weird. Yeah, to be fair, I did like wear a kilt to my brother's wedding. I got in shit for that. I wore a kilt to my brother's wedding with my family's tartan on it. or well, my family's clan tartan, which is different. My family name is not Campbell, but you wear the Campbell tartan if you're Blair, whatever. Anyway, and I got this like old lady. She was like really mad. She was one of my sister-in-law's like family or whatever, and she was like, you didn't match the groomsmen. I'm like, what? She's like, I noticed you weren't wearing a suit. You're trying to be different. I'm like, what? I'm wearing a kilt. It's like a thing. Like we're like, my name's Scottish. Are you like what? Are you fucked? Like, ask my brother and sister-in-law if they care. They're like, nah, man, wear that kilt. I'll see you in a little skirt, weirdo. You little fatty. I'm like, okay. All right. They didn't care, but I don't know. People were like, oh, you're just trying to be different. It's like, damn, am I? I don't know. I didn't think I was just trying to be different. I don't know, man. People put too much emphasis on it, I think. Here we have like 2 teachers pushing the dress code. The rest don't care. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it is definitely teaching you how to interact in an environment with people who are from different cultures and different generations. You can consider like societal dress codes sort of a way of expressing manners. The way I see it. If you're going somewhere like that, just dress the part, I guess, you know. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too hard. Just dress the part. Look good and chill out. Don't worry about it. I don't know. Is that a fucked opinion? Am I wrong? When we've had to do public presentations, we had to dress professionally. Yeah. My friends showed up in a plain old t-shirt and ripped up jeans got in. Her art wasn't as good as mine. Now her art is a lot better. Granted, I did give up, so... I'm guessing it wasn't then to do with the dress code then, Azalea. I'm guessing there was some other reason they just like didn't like you for some reason. The admissions interviewer was just an asshole or whatever. Yeah, I just can't imagine that not meeting the dress code unless you told me you were dressed like a absolute degenerate and you're like, yeah, I deserve that, you know. If that's the case, then sure, but unless that is the case, I just can't imagine that mattering, you know. That's so weird. That's just so weird, right? Well, that sucks. It was a loss for them and your art. I was better off for it, maybe. Some days I'm tired and all my jeans are dirty and I wish I could just stay home. Yeah, I get that. I get that too. I try and dress fairly casually when I'm on stream though, like more casually than I normally do necessarily, because I find that when you dress too, like, I don't know, people get weirded out if you like wear nice shirts and stuff and you're in like a casual environment. Like I used to wear like sort of nicer shirts to the game store when I worked at it, and people would be like, whoa, where's the interview? And you're like, what? Whoa, what's up, man? You wearing a collared shirt? It's like, yeah, my sleeves are rolled up and the top 2 buttons are undone. What? What's your problem? Whoa? Are you going to a wedding later? And you're like, okay, this is weird. Fine. Do you want me to wear a t-shirt? Do you want me to wear a Transformers t-shirt? And like, you'd be nice. And you're like, okay. So I just do that. Who cares? I'll play ball. I don't care. Stretch time. Oh, man. Keep that stretching. So I dress business casual anywhere else? Low-key, like, truck driver fit? Yeah, you do. Quick question. I get the extensor and flexor are to extend and fold the arm and hand. Brachialis to twist the hand. When is the brachialis flexed? So, this is a good point. So, if oh no, the radial brachialis, that's what I want. So, it is on the outside of your arm, right? It is responsible most often for this movement. Obviously, it controls your pronation, supination of your arm. But if you're trying to train the brachialis, there's a couple things you can do. And so understanding the exercise of how you train a muscle is also a good way to understanding how stress puts on it. So if you're trying to train your brachialis, you do a couple things. So you'll grab a dumbbell or whatever, and you'll do motions like this with it to sort of train the large head of it or whatever. And then you can rotate your arm. And if you want to train the kind of like the short head of the muscle and a little bit of the surrounding areas, it's this wrist motion. So if you see someone and they've got they're putting, not if their wrist is back, but if they're putting any weight. So if they're carrying like a mace or something and their arm is bent back, you'll see it compressing a lot, and you'll see that big like fat kind of like arm silhouette that you think of like really strong dudes having that I don't have, kind of. And then you also get it when you go the other way. So anytime your wrist has sort of weight and it's moving in any kind of way, that's when you're going to see that muscle flexing, but only under strain. If you're just like moving around, you're not going to see it too much unless the guy's absolutely fucking jacked. But if you're like putting any kind of, like, you can see the muscle like sort of pulling together and pushing forward as I like try and like tense my wrist up. So it like forearms are actually really weird, Thorkin.
Visitors,
because
exciting.
Oh shit, yo, dude, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, friends. Hello. We're talking art anatomy briefly. I swear we're not drawing Google anatomy studies today. What's up, guys? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was stream? Hello. Last seen playing TTRPGs. Wait, were you guys playing a game or doing some design or something? Yo, shit. RPGs, that's my jam. What's up, guys? Sorry, let me just finish my thought. I was talking about form anatomy with Thorkin real quick. So yeah, anytime you put it on, anytime you're like holding a sword or something and you're moving it with weight, that's when you're gonna see that part of the arm, the brachioradialis, activate, Thorkin. But yes, hello, welcome, guys. Welcome. Honored to have you all. We're doing some landscape and character art today of ancient temples and mysterious realms for my D&D adventure I'm writing. So yeah, man, that's our jam today. But thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. Thank you, Alexandrian. Thank you. I hope your stream was good. Tell me your stories. What were you guys doing today? Inspire me. Tell me tales of might and legends, of games won and treasures discovered or hidden. Look, I don't know. I'm not judging. Yo, thank you, Agent, for the follow. I appreciate that. But welcome in regardless, my friends. We're doing some landscape art and characters as well for the D&D adventure that I'm making, because I do art for my D&D games. So damn it, if I'm going to write an adventure, may as well do some art for it. I'm so curious what you guys are doing in the TTRPG section, because normally you think the D&D section. Very rarely do I ever see anybody really doing cool shit and hanging out and bopping in the TTRPG section. I'm so intrigued. We're chatting about GMing, but we were chatting about journeying into the depths of Castle Blackmore. Oh shit! Oh cool. Wait, dude, that's like my vibe. Hold on. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna sneak a quick follow in there on the shoutout link. If you don't mind, it's okay. It's okay if I just sneak in. That sounds exactly up my alley and exactly my vibe. Boom. All right. I love chatting GMing, dude. It's like my favorite thing to do, besides making the art for it. That's dope. Well, honored to have you guys here. Honored to have another dungeon master to learn from. Yeah, we're just doing temple artwork. So I made a new class for my D&D game, and I'm making artwork for it to go along with it. And so we're doing a little bit of class artwork today for the actual class section, which is landscapes of where your class would train to help build the vibe. And then I'm gonna be doing some other portrait stuff in a little while. I was gonna actually finish this main rune section, then do it. So if I'm making more RPG friends, I'm happy. Talking GMing is exactly the kind of streams I want to be a part of, so I'm a fan. I'm a Scoot, homework curls. All right, Venus, good. Catch you later. This is Castle Blackmore actual play VODs, hanging out over there, loving this drawing. Thank you, I appreciate that. So what I mean, the completed project should look something like this, just so we're on the same page here where we're trying to arrive. Completed piece for me for a landscape looks something like, where we go? Like this. So I'll be painting it, drawing it, painting it, getting the whole thing done, and then hopefully selling a vibe of ancient mysterious runes off in Forgotten Valleys where the mystical astral sages can train. So I'm glad you like it so far, but I'll be painting it in after we do the line work. I try and give it like this old kind of like old school D&D and RPG feel of like in-world kind of pencil on parchment, and then I'll paint it in and make it all modern and stuff. So all right, where were we? Shit. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm honored to have you and your lovely viewers here. I'll try and maintain the same vibes of RPG mastery, but probably to a much more paled effect, especially if you're serious enough to be chatting Blackmore. Ayo dice. Oh yeah, there's some Blackwood dice in there, Nick. That's true. Good eye, Nick. Good eye. God, it's been a long time since I haven't heard all the old adventures like that start with the word castle are the best. Blackmore, Ravenloft. Then again, I still don't call it Ravenloft anymore. They call it Barovia only, and then more recently Strad. Does WotC actually even use the word Ravenloft anymore? Or do they just call it Strad? And Joe, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. Honored to have you guys. Seriously. I hope a lot of you from my chat went and scooted over there and dropped a follow, because it sounds like the kind of vibe we attempt to obtain over here. But yeah, go show some love. Hit that shout out link. And Real Scepter, did I say that right? I probably got that wrong, but thank you for the follow. Appreciate you as well. Welcome, guys. It's rendered. You finally finished your map, Ronnie. 6 months and I can finally start actually drawing my map. Uh-oh. Ravenloft is a setting that's really weird. Well, the thing is, we used to call it like Ravenloft, and now people call it like either Barovia or whatever, but they don't refer to it as Castle Ravenloft anymore. They call it Barovia or Curse of Strahd. You don't call the adventure Ravenloft. Which I don't know why. Listen, I question some of WotC's decisions once in a while. I question the wisdom of their naming conventions here and there. Okay. So I'm like still kind of like humming about what kind of buildings to put here, because I want it to be a sage temple, but I don't know how the major order temples are going to look. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to avoid this entire part here for at least a little while, and we're going to make sure that future Evan figures this out, because future Evan will figure out exactly how to draw this, exactly how to render this, and make it look exactly the way that current Evan wants it. But we're going to let future Evan take care of it, because he is very well equipped for the challenge, and we're going to thank him for being willing to do this while I choose not to. So, because old school Ravenloft involved other countries of the Dead Plane. Current Strad Ravenloft stuff only has rules for the country of Barovia, but why? Why limit it? Why not make it a whole setting like that? That's what I don't get, is like why shorten it or shrink it, I guess. It's like if they made something more specific for Eberron or whatever. Or well, I was gonna say what, Dark Sun or whatever it is, or Black Sun, Dark Sun, Black Sun, one of the two. One is a Star Wars thing, the other is the D&D setting I used to play with my friends. I think it's Dark Sun. It'd be like doing Dark Sun and only having it be like the main city or whatever. Which I guess we're never going to see again. I think Wizards even said they're never going to do anything for Dark Sun again. So the last we have is like the 4th ed book or whatever. So WotC's sort of lazy with world building and lore, and they have to do other stuff. Or they have to have others do the lore for them. Oh, is that it? Okay. I didn't know. Yeah, damn shit. Okay. Poor WotC, apparently. Just getting fucking dunked on, man. Okay, I should probably actually put some buildings in here too. And floating rocks. There's something about Novalia that loves floating rocks, hanging over floating rocks, hanging over floating rocks. Why? We're not going to worry about it. We're not going to ask too many questions. There's certain mechanics and things in Eldara that I'm not going to actually like spend too much time trying to explain, because I feel like if I try and explain it too much, I'm just going to make myself tired. I need to go lay down. Listen, it's tough trying to do deep world building nobody asked for details nobody wanted. Eberron what? Ah, shit, I said it. Like, coming up with the Forgotten Realms setting book, there's a new Eberron books that got announced to come out in October. Really? Ravenloft is just a horror setting. It's not really, it's simply confusing. You think so? Well, maybe Watsy made the right call then. I don't know. I'm not gonna question it. I definitely hope that I'm not going to regret putting this much hatching into this piece when I try and paint it out and color it, because I'm getting concerned by the amount of like time I'm spending on individual little details. If that's either a really good thing or if I'm going to regret it rapidly. Reading 4 new books this year aside from the new Monster Manual that officially comes this month. Oh, really? So, with the Geminos design I did, I don't know if I should be designing stuff for 2024 rules or for... I mean, I wonder if I should make that a thing in Discord, if I should make a poll for it. How many people want me to design rules for 2024 versus 2014 or whatever the original 5th ed was? Because weirdly, there was a lot of people that said, like, oh, I'm not changing, I'm not upgrading, I'm not moving. And then I find a staggeringly large amount of individuals that when I put rules out that are intended for 2020 or the original release, they're like, oh, but they changed this in 2024. And I'm like, I thought we didn't care about that. Okay. Shows what I know, apparently. Third world building and deep lore is expensive, so when Daddy Hasbro wanted WotC to tell more stories that the shareholders wanted to hear, they needed to skim on the elaborate lore. That's look, we all saw how much collectors boosters went up in price, so yeah, let's not forget that we're not talking about Wizards of the Coast. We're talking about Hasbro of the Coast here. That's a good point, Joe. 2024 dumbs down many aspects of 2014. I mean, the biggest change I can think of with 2024 is not even classes, but it's actually like backgrounds and characters, stuff like that, right? Which is the only reason why I ask about that for the Geminos. Like, do I make the Geminos as 2014 rules or 2024 rules? Maybe I just pull the trigger and make make all my content for Eldara standard to 2024, just because there's going to be enough people that whine about it. Like, I almost feel like people who play old school, like 2014 D&D, 5th ed version 1, I kind of feel like they don't care if you post 2024 rules. They'll just like use them, whatever. But it's like enough people that talk about playing D&D 2024 really care about having updated rules, and they would get more mad about it than 2014 players would. Is that right? That's like my general like impression, but I could be wrong. You can just do 2014 rules because the class stuff basically transfers over. Most of 2024 kind of sucks, but it has some good parts of it. Why don't clerics or warlocks or sorcerers know where the fuck they gain their power from? In Eldara, you mean? Or in 2024 rules? Lobster. Yeah, which one? Wait, hold up. That's a complicated question for Eldara, and a less complicated question for Wizards of the Coast. For 2024 rules. Oh, I see. Wait, what? What do you mean? They don't know where they get their shit from. So, listen, you guys got to talk real slow, and I have to put my helmet on when we talk about 2024 rules, because I haven't read them, to be honest. Like, the only thing I know from 2024 rules are the stuff that Mendari was yelling at about last year in the early, like, when it was, like, called D&D Next or whatever. And then what you guys tell me on stream, because I've never actually dived into it. I just, like, kind of don't have the time. I do have the time, but I just don't want to make the time. Let's be honest. So, 2014 are kind of interchangeable. There's a lot of differences, such as there isn't magical weapon damage anymore. They just let players change the damage type to force to overcome damage resistance. Okay, I see. That's okay, I guess. That's never come up in my game where I'd like be like, oh man, I wish that magic weapons did force damage. I feel like every time you guys tell me anything about 2024 rules, it's kind of like, who asked for this? But that's like the theme with a lot of WotC decisions, right? Like, in 2014, I was gonna say 2014, I was so old. In 2004, I believe, Magic the Gathering 8th edition, I think, came out, as well as the Mirrodin set, when they made a bunch of changes in rules and the card faces changed to what's known as modern Magic. And they made a bunch of changes where even in my young youth of being a foolish, naive child, I heard them say, these rules are too complicated. We need to change it to be easier to understand. And I thought to myself, who asked for this? So sometimes I try to overthink it. I guess I'll just go with the flow. Clerics don't know what domain their god is, warlocks don't know who made the deal with, and sorcerers don't know what their heritage is. What? Wait, what's the... I feel like I'm missing something here. What's the reason for that? What's the, like, mechanical D&D problem they're solving by saying you don't know where you got your power from? Is this one of those things where players are like, I don't want to have a patron, I just want to have otherworldly powers? And the DM's just like, well, sorry, Jimmy, you have to pick a patron. And Jimmy just rolls his eyes like, okay, fine, whatever, let me see the list. And the DM's just like, sorry, Jimmy, you chose the patron of Azababath, the Bathazab. So you can't actually use the word and on Tuesdays. And it's Tuesday in game, and you just said I'm going to have coffee and milk. So you immolate. Take 1d4 damage. Like, is this a thing that happens in D&D games that Wizards is trying to, like, desperately avoid? I'm not like, I'm mocking it, but I'm, like, trying to respectfully mock it because I'm trying to figure out what the actual use case is that I'm missing here, you know? I feel like I would know what kind of being I made a deal with. Yeah, sorcerers, maybe. The literal reason to counter multiclassing by making all classes not get their stuff until 3. That's a good point. Someone has independently told me that they get their shit at level 1, and I was like, oh, neat. But I never associated that with the fact that you could just multi-class with absolute impunity. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, 2024 edition is how they make the game super generic, so it can get the more broad audience that hasn't played 2014 and older. You think that's what it is? They're just trying to, like, kind of make it more smooth as a transition to a game? Because, look, at least I can understand that. I might not agree with some of the changes they're making, but if that's the reasoning, then I can at least say, like, okay, like, sure, why not? But seriously, what problem are they trying to solve by not having people know their, like, their patrons or their domain or whatever? You said you're gonna paint this. Are you gonna paint in the style that looks like it was done in World? You tell me. Let's see. Oh, I can just do this. Does this look more like an in-world style? Or does this depart too much to just being, like, kind of painted with some hatching over it? Honestly, it's easier 1224 edition stuff in audio than typing it. That's probably fair. Clerics get spellcasting at level 1, so picking their subclass at 3 is more like committing to a specific domain after having a basic acolyte training. Warlock, though, is a stretch to explain. I give you that. Okay, I can understand the warlock thing, or sorry, the cleric thing then. That does make sense to me then. But the warlock thing does seem weird, doesn't it? What people want was universal subclass, but they were asking for level 1 or 2, and Watsy said not level 3. Oh, okay. No idea? Okay, well, I mean, that's what we're going to go for, something similar to this, so... I don't know if that's going to work or if it's going to look bad or not, but I'm going to try and do... Whoa, where was it? There we go. I'm going to try to do something similar to that, so... Call it corporate laziness. What? That's toxic. For a lot of changes, I think they just do them for the sake of making changes so they can sell us the same books again. Cynical, but maybe true. I don't know, man. Like, personally, from my standpoint, I have no intention of really, like, adjusting to 24 or 2024 rules unless there's enough people that are like, come on, man, if you're making D&D content, Evan, you have to, like, make it for the current edition, dog. To which I'd be like, okay, fine, you know. My work happens, so I'm back from lurking. Welcome back, Entity. It's good to see you, bro. But to be a cleric, you have to get your power from a god, so not choosing what domain god you follow into level 3 makes no sense. Oh, because it kind of be along the same lines as the warlock. Yeah, I think I can understand that. I don't know. I mean, I understand both sides. It's one of those things that maybe have... Maybe it's kind of messy to try and figure out. That's a good point. The reason Watsy went with level 3 was so new players don't get overwhelmed with too many choices right at the start, which makes it more accessible to new players equals customers. Right, yeah. And like that's kind of the problem with a lot of like games is you want it to be accessible and expandable to new players, but you also want it to be deep enough for players that are enthusiasts to get something out of it. It's like Path of Exile 1. You know, Diablo 3 and Path of Exile 1. If you're familiar with the games. Diablo 3 was too easy. It was very accessible, but it wasn't complex enough that enthusiasts thought it was fun. The problem is PoE was deep enough that enthusiasts thought it was fun, but it was too inaccessible. So neither game, PoE 1 and Diablo 3, neither of them got the balance right. Diablo 4 came out, and it was a little more complicated and a little more deep, maybe, debatably, but it wasn't enough to garner the attention of PoE players. And then when PoE 2 came out recently, I think it still might be too deep. I think, like, I played a lot of PoE 2 when it first came out in December, and I love it. But I still think that PoE 2 is too arcane for your average, like, gamer to find fun and rewarding off the rip. You know, so, man, it's tough. Like don't get me wrong, I'm sympathetic with the plight. I think it is definitely a very difficult challenge, a difficult question on how to build a game, how to build a game system, how to sell a whole thing to a new customer base and build a new audience into it. And definitely like for the D&D audience, the like just get together and tell some stories with your friends and don't worry about the rules thing. That's definitely more accessible, but definitely a lot of the TTRPG nerds, like the people, like we're all power users. If we're sitting here talking about a TTRPG for fun without actually playing it and we're talking about it, we're pretty hardcore. We're power users. To us, it might be boring, but yeah, I don't know. It's like Wizards might not value our currency as much as they value the 20 people that are going to buy PHBs because it's easy to get into because they watched Critical Role and saw, you know, haha, fun story, and then looked at the rules and groaned, which I get. I understand, you know? I really had 3.5 before too. Yeah, 3.5 is probably my favorite edition of D&D. I'm not as mad about 4th edition as a lot of people, but I'm also not ashy of heart about 4th edition. But God, I wouldn't change anything about Ashley's love of 4th edition. She loves that shit. But 5th edition feels nice, but it definitely does feel a little lean, if you ask me. The skill simplification, the reduction of complex ACs, things like that. Sacred Gold is still the best ARPG. Sacred Gold, man, I hadn't thought about that name for a long time. Maybe. Hey, look, I don't think I played it, so. I see reasoning for Sorcerer, your magic is innate, so maybe it manifests semi-generically, but later it starts manifesting in specific ways, which is how you find out your bloodline. Oh, okay. Huh. Like some of the 4th edition, but there was a lot to not like. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a departure. It's one of those things I think 4th edition is looked on more favorably in, you know why? Okay, I can tell you why I didn't like 4th Ed when it came out, and it was not for any mechanical reason, actually. So when 4th Ed came out, I don't think I was working. No, I wasn't working in the game store. I think it was in high school when 4th Ed came out, or maybe college. One of the two, whatever. I was young, and so we've been playing 3.5 for years, and we loved it. 4th Ed came out, and the books no longer felt like ancient tomes, and that sucked some of the soul out of it. And I didn't like the way Wizards wanted me to spend so much money. And I'm like a dumb kid that doesn't have any money, right? When was this? I'm trying to think. Doesn't matter, I guess, whatever. And 4th Ed comes out and they're like, hey man, here's your book. And you're like, cool. And you need a second player's handbook to play the Goliath you want to play. And you're like, okay, cool. So I'll buy 2 PHPs. And if you want to run games, you need a DMG. And you're like, okay, that's fine. You know, PHP, DMG, just a second PHP. Okay, whatever. That's fine, I guess. I'm not sure, but sure. And then, by the way, you need these little cards. And you're like, cards? Yeah, you need power cards. And you're like, okay. And it just felt like Wizards at 4th edition was trying very hard to get me to spend a lot more money than I was wanting to on D&D, which is why I initially didn't like it. And we played it. It was like fun. We had fun. It was like, whatever, you know. And now it's like D&D Beyond. It's like, you want some digital dice or whatever, dog? And I'm like, no, thank you. So Pathfinder 1st edition is great. Yeah, I love it. We used to call it 3.75 as well. With 5th edition, my problem is that there are so many options and rules that don't help because no one wants them. With 5th edition, like what? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious. Sacred Girl spent a lot more time on the lore and story than PoE or Diablo. When did that even come out? Really want to move on from 5th Ed, but my group still wants it. We don't play 2024 rules though, which makes looking up anything a complete mess. So yeah, what would you guys move on to? Would you choose, like, would you go to an older like game edition, go to like 3.5 or something like that, or would you go to something completely new and like indie, or would you try something like Pathfinder? Because move on from 5th edition is a really interesting thing I don't think I've ever heard anyone say. Because move on, typically I think you would associate with the idea of going forward and progressing in the line of editions. So you could say my group doesn't want to move on from 3.5, even though 4th edition is out, and I'd be like, oh, okay. But I'm curious where you'd be going, like, to not play 5th edition. That's very interesting. I'm intrigued. Back in the day, we had Monsters Compendium instead of this newfangled Monster Manual. Oh yeah, you remember the Compendium? Okay, got it. Feats are optional, encumbrance is optional. There's a lot of optional 5th Ed rules. I see. Okay. Yeah, encumbrance, weight limited, arrows, etc. And you'd want to enforce those rules? Let me read your previous message. I never got that wrong. There's many optional rules. Okay. So, you know what? Like, I enforce encumbrance and things like that, but I think that the reason why nobody likes it because Wizards doesn't make it fun. I think that like my entire travel system that I built for my players, they love that shit whenever they play. And it's all based around things like, yeah, travel speed and encumbrance and camping. It's like the survival aspect of D&D. That's really fun, I think, that Wizards never rewards you for. But I've never had a player who doesn't like encumbrance or any of those things for good reason play one of my games and say that they didn't like it. I have players that groan about it. I'm like, hey, you know, you got to make sure you're tracking your weight or whatever, this, that. And they're kind of like, oh, God, why, man? It's such a lame rule. I just want to beg of holding everything. And then that same player, when they're shopping for their new, like, caravan cart, whatever, that has, like, a fucking forge in the back, they're like, this is the best thing ever. And it's funny because, you know, people say things like, oh, if you're enforcing those problems of like encumbrance, arrows, item capacity, weight, all those things like Evan, you're just like making up a problem that then you're letting your players solve. And I'm like, yeah, it's the entirety of a fucking game. It's like you put made up problems in front of your players and it's fun to solve them. The reason why we don't like those mechanics and those rules in D&D is because Wizards didn't make it fun to solve. So you have to homebrew that shit, I think. Just want to go back to 3.5. Ella, do you think any of our friends are smart enough to play 3.5? I think Dashto is smart enough to play 3.5. Do you think any of our other friends are capable of adding multiple single-digit numbers together the way you have to in 3.5 on a semi-regular basis? Because that's really the question, is if we are very confident in that. Okay, I want to take a bit of a break from this. I want to take a bit of a break from this and work on the portrait that I need to finish today. So I'm going to do a little bit of stretch, and then we're going to work on this one. Probably another system. I like Pathfinder 2nd edition. I've never played 2nd edition, honestly. I've played the shit out of 1st edition, but I've never actually tried 2nd edition. But I'll also be into using an indie system for a bit. Also looking forward to trying Draw Steel. Oh, that's a good point. I think Draw Steel is going to be amazing. It was a bit expensive for my blood. I'm Canadian too, so like Draw Steel being like, what was it, like $40 or some shit for the book or something for the PDF. It was like 30, $40 for the PDF. Converted to Canadian is a bit much for me, so I'll buy it when it's out. I mean, obviously it got funded, so I'll just buy the PDF when it's out, probably. Or try and buy the physical book, because I really love MCDM stuff, and I think Draw Steel is going to be great. So that's a good point. I might actually try the shit out of that. And the to be announced 5e++ from Kibbles Tasty. I've never heard of that. This is the first time I'm hearing of that. Willing to play Skyrim, essentially single player D&D. It's single player D&D, except instead of imagining a vast open world that looks amazing, you have to be shown this like dog shit kind of like rendered texture, dated graphics. Look, I don't like Skyrim. It's my hottest take, maybe, besides that artists should work on fundamentals more. No, I kind of want to play Skyrim just because I never did, right? But at the same time, it's just such a nuisance to play it on your fridge. Would you play 3.5 Pathfinder? 3.5 or Pathfinder? What would we do? Would probably play Pathfinder, because I don't think we could convince our friends to play 3.5. Probably Pathfinder first edition, not 3.5. That's a good point. I don't either. I've never played. Always seemed weird. Well, the big reason why I never played Skyrim, never really liked it, is because I don't really love first-person melee combat in games. It's just not a vibe for me. I do not enjoy. I do not care for it. Do I want to make a process video for this? Fuck, I think I do. Shit. Yeah, alright. Hold on. Let me record this. Let me make a new window for this shit. New window. And we'll zoom it right in on her. Like that. Okay. Do I want to start a new thingy or... let's just record it halfway through. Screw it. Whatever, dog. The DM 50 made so much more accessible to new players. I mean, definitely true. We should talk a lot of 5th Ed, but I didn't bring new people in. I now DM for players who were no RPG nerds and were scared away by the complexity of older editions. I respect for fond memories for them, but when I was a kid, I would not trade my fun of my new players for anything that lives most in my memories. And you know what, Joe? That's a very good, like, a very good take that is often overlooked by power users like us, is that, yeah, I don't know if my players that I played with for the last year or so when I was playing that long-term game, I don't know if they would have, if I would have convinced them to play D&D if it was like 3.5 or whatever, or Pathfinder first edition. And we are very hard on WotC for dumbing down everything, but at the same time, I said the thing about how, you know, what's my sort of like business worth to the next 20 people that would buy PHBs. And I think that that's an important thing to think about is, yeah, like what, I don't know, what can you really say about it if it's working, you know? Kill Stacy is an awesome homebrewer. Highly recommend checking them out. They design a bunch of great additional classes for 5e. Oh, cool. Shit. That's like my jam. Which character sketch for? This is for Cow Two Faces sketch request that he put in a little while ago. In elder days before the fall, in ancient times, for a character that is ironically a smiling happy bard. And this is all by design. For those who are tracking the, like, narrative, the progressive narrative through all my fucking TikToks, you will know exactly why this was foretold. Why I'm doing this piece. Like, or why I said what I said in previous pieces about how I want to draw a bard. Because, secretly, I knew I was going to draw a bard. And I'm having fun on TikTok, so I'm allowed to meme a little bit. Heads up outside is terrible. Yep. That's a lot of snow. Well, Ella, I'm not going out at all today, so I'm gonna stay inside where it's not. It is snowing and minus 23 Canadian outside, so fuck that. I'm good. I'll say there's a third-person mode. I mean, sure, there is a third-person mode in Skyrim, but what I would ask is, really, is there really a third-person mode in Skyrim? Because I would debate that there is no third-person mode in Skyrim. If you've played third-person action games and you play third-person Skyrim, is there a third-person mode in Skyrim? And I would personally disagree that there is even a third-person mode in Skyrim. So, hey, I'm not saying Skyrim's a bad game. It's just not for me. Just ain't for me, man. You have to walk puppy after stream, sweetie? What? Where are you? The fuck? When do you have to walk puppy after stream? You not home? The shit? The hell'd you go? Wait, what? Well, because I'm guessing you took her for a big walk, then I'm not walking her after stream. I'm taking her out in my jacket, placing her on a small plot of snow, and then catching her betrayed glances as she looks at me like, why did you take me outside? And then I'm going to rustle back inside very quickly. We're not going for a full walk. I'm not putting my snow pants on. I'm not putting her snowsuit on. Nothing. I'm wearing my shorts outside. The doctor? Oh, fuck. Oh, it's... Wait. It's Wednesday. Okay, whatever. I don't remember Ella's schedule all that well. Leave me alone. It's a third person if you mod the heck out of the game, but then you have to ask, is this still Skyrim? Yeah, this Ship of Theseus Skyrim, right? Is it really Skyrim at that point? I don't know. There's so many games to play, man, that I have a really hard time playing games now. I like had to beat it out of myself to build the work ethic that I needed to like start making art and stuff again. And I haven't been able to really play a video game in a long time and like really enjoy it. Path of Exile was fun because I played it for a little while, but like the game I really want to play the most right now is Final Fantasy XIV. But obviously Ella and I trying to find time to play that shit is like really tough for both of us. Because Ella's got her dice business and I've got my nonsense that I talk about on the internet. The nonsense. And trying to find time to play games is just brutal. So, we'll see. Maybe I'll get a chance to play. Be really nice, at least. Did I flip-flops and shorts today? Yeah, you did, because we live in Canada. Of course you did. You will always see a dude in flip-flops and shorts in Canada until it's about minus 35, and then you probably won't see anybody in flip-flops or shorts around here. Around them parts. Alright, I don't know what kind of jewelry to put on her. She's an elvish bard. Cal gave me almost no direction besides long cascading waves of auburn hair. Very descriptive, very fantastic. And also being an elf. We're showing some little elf ears, just poking on the side. There we go. Refuse to accept the winter? Dude, we barbecue in this temperature. What are you talking about? Of course you refuse to accept the winter. Someone says it's too cold to barbecue, and you say, challenge accepted, nerd. There's merits to Ted, but for someone like me who likes to crunch Pathfinder fits that itch more, which is, yeah, totally fair. That there's just like people who are going to use different editions. Like, I don't honestly think that you can do a one edition sort of catch-all. The only thing that I would debate, though, is I would always say that I've never felt like I couldn't take rules that were too complex and make them less complex. I never felt like tied to complex rules. But I have had problems where it's like you try and add complexity into a game that doesn't have it. Like, imagine trying to add flat-footed or whatever AC into 5th edition. It'd be more difficult to do than just like taking it out of 3rd edition, you know what I mean? So it's like WotC needs like more permission, or like the whole thing about how you like disconnect the stats that you get with the race that you pick, and you just change it to now like the species versus the background. That's fine, but I've never felt like I couldn't, like, if a player said, "Oh, bro, I want to be a half orc, but I don't want the half orc, like, you know, ability or whatever. Can I choose like the elvish one?" I'm like, okay. Like, I've never sat there and been like, "Well, Mary, I'm sorry. You wanted to play a half orc. You're gonna be stuck here with it." Like, okay, whatever. Like, let the nerd play the game however she wants. Like, who the fuck cares, right? You fine, folks. I wish you a great day. You as well, Joe. Time to head into bed across the Great Pond, but it seems like a good show. Evan Blair is running. I'll try to remember to drop by again. Have a good one, Joe. Honored to have you here. Truly, my friend. Thank you very much for spending part of your evening with me. I will be absolutely enchanted for your presence again. But have a good night. Thanks for chilling. We want to play in a Pathfinder 1st edition game, but sadly, I must be the one to DM it. Oh no. You can't convince the nerds to run it for you, Nick? Damn, bro. It's like way too easy to make a literacy joke about your friends if you live in or if you live in Central Alberta, where we live, Nick. It's just the joke's too easy. It's too obvious, but it's too easy. Never mind. Mr. Pixel, what's up? Good to see you. Hello. How's it going? Good to see you, my friend. Honored to have you. Yeah, the joke's too easy, Nick. I'll save it. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to play a Star Wars Saga Edition game, but it's really a time issue. Is I don't think that I could get Dashto and Ella into a room. Like Dashto, I hear from once every 4 years. I send him a DM and I'm like, man, I haven't DM'd Dashto in a while. I should see how he's doing. And I'll like click our DMs and realize I sent him some stupid meme or whatever like a month ago. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, I'm good. I'm not the one. All right, sick. I'm not the one dodging. Very busy. All my D&D playing friends got very, very busy with their jobs and shit. They kind of left me out here after COVID. They went back to their place of employment, and I kept streaming on Twitch and memeing. And they're like, "Damn, I'm so jealous of you, Evan." None of my in-person friends I play games with don't know how to run Pathfinder 1st edition. I'm literally the only one. Damn, bro. Saga Edition, the bridge between 3 and 4. I love Saga Edition. It's actually I've said it before and I'll say it again. Saga Edition, Star Wars Saga Edition, is my favorite TTRPG system ever written. Ever made. We were going over the Astral Knight talents yesterday, because I was talking about the Astral Knight in depth. Late night yesterday in the alt channel stream, which that was awesome. Those of you who attended, thank you. The Astral Knight actually gets talents, Saga Edition style talents. So if you scroll down here, at level 6, you get something called an Empyrean Alignment. And the Empyrean Alignments are talent points you can basically take from a talent tree. And they're called the secret. I should rename it Secrets of the Deep Sky. But starting at 6th level, and again at 10th and 18th level, your training grants you powerful insights into the mystical energies within the cosmos to draw power from. Each level, you may choose one bonus from the Empyrean Alignment. Oh, I should change that to each. Oops, whoops. Oh, I gotta hold on. I need to say it again at 10th and whatever. Or do I change the wording on that? I don't know. And they're all Star Wars Saga Edition talents. Like advantage on charisma saves, or they're pretty powerful. Or like this, so this one is actually literally ripped. This one is my ode to Saga Edition. This word for word almost is directly ripped out of Saga Edition. Whenever you make a successful attack of opportunity, you may end the creature's movement if it's a medium-sized creature or smaller. This is almost word for word exact rip out of a Saga Edition talent because I love it. I think it's so flavorful and great. And then of course the other ones are a little bit unique. Like like Astral Knights have Death Grip basically, where they can rip an enemy towards them. If you talent for a Sarah Lendor, you also get to use that Death Grip and turn to Life Grip if you're a WoW nerd, and you can grip your allies and yoink them. So yeah, I mean that's how much I love Saga Edition, is that I even built Saga Edition talents into the Astral Knight, right? That's how serious I am about that shit. That's how much I love that system. It's the good shit. All right, where are we at in here? Where are we at? Shadows, hatching, practice. That's what we're doing. I really like these like little sketch requests. They aren't like full big commissions. They're a lot more affordable and they're a lot easier, but also you don't get like to prove shit. They're just very chill. You have to be a very, very chill, trusting client to ask for one of these, but the people who are, they're always super fun. I think I might want to add these to my coffee, to be honest. Do I have these on my coffee? Do I have a mod that can check? Alright, never mind. Just realizing I have another handle yet again. You have another handle for what? Wait, what account are you on? Another handle? It's a mystery. It's crazy cool, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun. I think it's really fun. This is great. Do Astral Knights have the equivalent of the draw closer force power when they pull an enemy to make a melee ranged and whack? That's Death Grip. So that's Apogee Tether. So Apogee Tether, it's actually pretty cool. I really like this. It's a single rune spell, but here's what it reads. Apogee Tether reads... here it is. A dark constellation materializes between your hand and a creature you can see within range. If the target is large or smaller, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be ripped towards you and land in an unoccupied square adjacent to you. Okay? That's the first part. The second part is, as the target is landing, you may use your bonus action to make a melee attack on the target. If your attack hits, the target's knocked prone. So it's pretty powerful, I think, for a single... Oh, you can't really see it. There it is. For a single rune spell. You basically Death Grip something, because I think that that's such a vibe with the Death Knights in World of Warcraft. It's the difference between a fighter and a warrior and a Death Knight in World of Warcraft. I think it's part of the difference between a fighter and an Astral Knight, or a Paladin and an Astral Knight. Paladins have... Or like, fighters have gap closers typically in RPGs. Paladins typically have some sort of range spell in RPGs, and Death Knights, as far as the World of Warcraft archetype goes, are combat controllers via moving other people towards them. And I think that's just such a great like thing to sort of like reference. But the Astral Knight's actually based on a couple of abilities, or a couple of the Astral Knight's abilities are based off of Death Knights, like the spell parrying, which is weird, and I feel like I'm being gaslit. But I don't see anywhere that Death Knights can spell parry in current World of Warcraft, but I'm almost positive they used to be able to. I'm almost positive you could parry spells as a Death Knight, or magic damage as a Death Knight in World of Warcraft at some point in time in the history of the game, and I could be dumb and stupid and remembering it wrong and stupid and dumb, and that's fine. But if I just made that shit up, then that's a cool ass idea, but I'm pretty sure I ripped that from Death Knights in WoW as well, because they were like masters of magic and shit because of anti-magic shell and anti-magic zone. So I'm also price in Discord. Oh, okay. Right, we were chatting. And it's fucking Larry on TikTok. Okay, you were right. Okay, yes. All right. So that must have been how you found the Discord, which I'm honored then you stopped by. I always feel bad because like I do most of my chatting about commissions through Discord, but only recently have people been really approaching me about stuff on TikTok, and I really don't know where to point them. Because TikTok DMs are not great because I don't think you can send attachments. So the like 95% of my commissions that I do are through Discord and Discord DMs, and I always feel bad like because I can't put like a link tree or something in my profile because I'm not big enough on TikTok yet. So if someone wants to like chat with me on Discord, I have to just like awkwardly send a link or whatever, or I don't know. I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. Thank you for being understanding. All right. Yeah, speaking of commissions, we gotta get this done for Cow. I can't disappoint the legendary Cow to face. I'm worried that if I disappoint Cow, I'm gonna get kicked off of World Anvil. To be fair, I actually don't know what kind of powers Cow has at World Anvil. I actually have no idea. Formal titles of any people I know that are associated with World Anvil, I actually have zero clue what they actually do. Cow, Jacob, Samurai, anybody. I actually have no fucking clue what any of them do, but I know if I upset them, I'll be kicked off, so I gotta be very careful. Also, I'm gonna play both these Astral classes. I hope so. I hope you have fun. They're supposed to be very like Realms of Ildara themed and focused classes that are hopefully gonna be a very curated, tailored experience. If I set a link tree in your bio, really easy to do and accessible. I used to stream a few years ago and I'm used to the link hopping. So the problem is I believe TikTok needs you to have a certain amount of followers before you can put a link. How many followers do you need on TikTok to post a link in your bio? 1,000. So that's the real pain, is that in order to stream on TikTok or have a link, I need to be a lot more, which, hey, you know, as I'm posting videos, right? Like, I mean, it's doing okay, right? I'm getting there. I just need like less than 500 more, and I can actually put that link tree in there, because it would be a lot easier, I think, if there was just an actual link tree where you can kind of like click it, smack it, and then there's all the stuff. Then I can also put like commission info in there and stuff like that or whatever. Just someone who hides a mod on the World Anvil Discord? Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to get kicked off, but I don't upset the World Anvil mods, okay? That's important for me, Cal. Did Dimmy or Janet have their individual Twitch accounts they ever are on? Like, I'd be terrified of the idea if I ever talked to one of them without knowing it was them. Or do they only ever operate on the World Anvil account? Because I doubt that either of them even know who I am, but yeah, you don't have a PB on a profile picture, you mean? It just doesn't load. Like, if you hit refresh, it'll, yeah. It just, for some reason, everyone's like, half the time I get to this page, it just doesn't load it for I don't know what reason, but yeah. Regardless of what your powers are at World Anvil to delete my account, Cow, I take this commission for you very seriously. Take it very, very seriously, my friend. Makes sense. Kind of weird on TikTok's side, but stops bots. Yeah, right. Exactly. I think that's why they. It makes sense. It definitely makes sense. It is a little strange. So I need TikTok to think that I'm an actual person, then I can have a proper link there. I don't have to make people hop around to Twitch to get the Discord link to go to here, to go to there, and deal with all that nonsense, and then they're just frustrated and they don't want to they don't want to talk to me anyway after all that BS. It is really cool, the idea of this making it to your World Anvil in some form, Cal. I'm always like super excited to draw things for people's World Anvils. There's something like extra like bit of it that I'm always just very, I don't know, eager to do if I know it's for a World Anvil. Obviously, like any project is like super cool to work on, but there's just some special place that I have in my heart for World Anvil article character art. I had a whole bunch of people that when I used to do the free Sketch Friday things that would come from World Anvil for free art, which is funny. they don't come around anymore. But I think I did something for Elysium for her World Anvil, and her. I think Elysium's a her. I'm pretty sure. I've been referring to Elysium as her for a long time, so I hope. But Elysium and a couple other people. And it's always really dope to see my art on World Anvil articles. Thorkin, how do I properly pronounce the French-Canadian profanity of swearing that it's too cold outside? Yeah. Is it a fait fant un tabernacle? Or am I getting that wrong? There's an R in there somewhere. I need to, like I said, I need to learn more from you. I don't only see them on the World Anvil Twitch. Oh, okay, that's fine then. I'd just be terrified if I didn't swoon enough for their all they already have is from you is made into World Anvil articles. Well, I mean, I'd love to do something like a challenge for World Anvil, like, or whatever. Like, tell me if this is a dumb idea, Cal, but I want to do a couple of like practice portraits and things like this in this style to properly build a small little like coffee kind of request page for this. So I need to do like 10 or 15. So I was thinking it'd be kind of fun, or a fun little exercise to go in the World Anvil Discord and basically have people like roll if they want to. Obviously, this is like an approve the mod things, but either the World Anvil Discord or place where I know World Anvil people hang out. It's maybe my Discord, because I'd be kind of cringe to do it in the World Anvil Discord, like self-promoing weird. Anyway, I think it'd be kind of fun to do a bunch of like character art like this, and then say, okay, like if you win it, you have to make a World Anvil article for this character. So I'll do a bunch of articles of like knights and wizards and shit and cool people. And then if you want, like if somebody wants the art and they like win the role for it or whatever, they can have it, but they have to make a World Anvil article for it, and they have to send it to me. I think that might be kind of a fun thing to do. Do you know anything about WoW? No, but I'm totally here to learn and watch. Absolutely. Hell yeah. Well, most of what I do, Mr. Pixel, is world building and art and concept for my own world, but I do a lot of the stream, or I do stream a lot of commissions and stuff as well, which is a fun vibe. Nevertheless. And Nimiar, thank you for the follow. Did I say that right? Nimiar? I think that's what I said the first time, but thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Truly. Welcome to the stream. Got off and do some work. Thanks for the chill stream, and go check out Kibbles Homebrew. I think you'll like it. I will, because that's like definitely my vibe. Thank you for the recommendation. I appreciate that. Be good. Take care of yourself. Auburn hair. Auburn's like mid-tone brown, right? Not super dark. Maybe I'll do a fill layer for this to not have to overhatch it and make it look messy. Freight. In Asti? Oh man, okay, this is a... God, I need this said to me. I just need to be able to complain about the cold like a French Canadian. Freight. To emphasize the R. Freight on Tabarnak. Did I get that right? Lurkin, I'm never gonna learn French, am I? I'm fucking lost cause. It's over for me. We'll keep working on it, alright? That works? Okay, cool. Wait, what's the other one? What does an Asti mean? Is that more polite? Hex code for typical Auburn hair is... Ooh, hex code. Wait. Okay. What's this? What do we got here? Oh, I need to do this. Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. I was way off then. Still mid that I'm, because this is gonna be in like obviously black and white. Just how dark does it need to be? I guess is the tone that I'm sort of filling in here. More orcish than French? Yes. Well, I said French Canadian. So, I'm convinced that they actually don't speak French, but they do in fact speak Orcish in Quebec. Like, in order to yell at a ref at like a small rink at a trip or like a AA hockey game, you definitely have to sound more like a hell scream than an actual like Parisian. It's part of the vibe, I think. So. Look, I'm from Alberta. It's a wonder I'm literate. You trying to make me pronounce things properly? It's the bread at church, religious swear, but you can change the swear at the end by any word. Really? Oh, perfect. It's the fucking Eucharist. That's the swear. I love French Canadian profanity. It's the best. Y'all have the most fun over there, man. I'm telling you. Y'all just have the most fun. You do know how much I enjoy Tabernacle, though, so that's why I'll customize it. I'm gonna learn how to speak Canadian French in the worst possible way. And then I'm gonna go to Quebec City and try and order a croissant or some shit and just get kicked out. For good reason, too. With probable cause and good reason. You know what does piss me off is there's not really all that many good swears in Japanese. There's great swears in Ukrainian, so I can do some of that, but there's not a lot of great swears in Japanese. It's more about the overall politeness versus rudeness. Oh, but what about kusa? Doesn't count. Kuza. No, still doesn't count. They're not real swears. Not the way other languages swear. No. You funny why Eldara gets popular to see WotC ripped off as an Astral Knight and Sages? Yeah. Hell yeah. Are you kidding? I gotta get into a legal battle with WotC? Oh man, I'll be like Pathfinder. Find it funny that I'm teaching you how to swear in French. I don't swear a lot. Why? Dude, it's alright. Forgot you're the good child. Your parents are like, Thorkin, your sister and brother are so ill-mannered. Thank God you're the good child. They call you Thorkin. And do some light flowers and some jewels in this kind of like diadem style thing. Kind of loose, just like bardic. adornment. Bards are a little extra. You put a feather in there or some shit. Oh yeah, dude. I'm gonna go full bard. Oh, hell yeah. Just little, cute little designs, man. You know? Listen. I don't have to draw broody, ulnar characters all the time. I can do characters that are happy. The internet thinks I can't. Damn it. I mean, show them otherwise. Learn my German? Teach my German swears to Evan? Alright, there you go. If I want to learn any German swears, I'll just ask Beilung. Help me with my D-Das, my dear, and my dares. German's great, but I tried learning German from my friend that came from Germany to live with her boyfriend and work at the game store I was working at. And she's like, there's no reason to learn German. I'm like, why not? I want to learn some German. She's like, because if you go to Germany, everyone you talk to can speak English. I'm like, oh. She said, everyone. I'm like, what about like in some like isolated small little German village and I want to talk to like the little old lady baker? She's like, she can speak German. Or she can speak English. Damn it. Shit. The dream is dead. And someone to bring out a Matrix cliff. I love to curse in French. It's like whipping your ass with silk. Damn, that's a deep one right there. That's an old shit. What did we summon here? Any word in German can sound like a swear if you say it in the right tone. I mean, same thing with French Canadian or Canadian French. You be looking for now? Have fun. Absolutely. Thanks for chilling for a bit. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Polish things up here. This is gonna look good. I'm excited for this one. Dogs are trained in German. I've had more than one person think I was swearing at them. That's adorable. I was thinking about training my dog in Japanese, but I didn't want people to think that I'm a weeb. I didn't want people to think I'm a weeb. God, what if people thought I watched anime? Like, oh my god, he's speaking anime. What is he doing? How dare he do that to his poor little puppy? Then again, my dog's name is Yuna, which is a Japanese or a Korean name. But I pronounce it the Japanese way with a short U. So it's Yuna, not Yuna. Even though I know multiple Yunas, or one Yuna and multiple Yunas. Anyway, people always think I'm saying Luna. They're like, "Oh, is that Luna?" I'm like, "Yup, that's Luna." "Oh, hi, Luna." It's like close enough. I'm like, whatever. I don't correct anybody. I'm not like actually, and correct some like old lady. Trainer in High Valerian instead. Okay, dude. Okay, Steph. Listen, I know you've been binge reading, just rage reading ACOTAR over and over again. You just can't stop reading ACOTAR. Oh my god, it's the 5th time today you finished another book. But we're not naming our dog, or not training our dogs in High Valerian, okay? You take your fantasy smut elsewhere. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Yeah. That's the proper response. Mm-hmm. Just nowhere to run from anyone calling you a weeb. I should. I'll put my hakama on, and I'll dress with my e-idol or e-idol to do my e-idol martial movements, and they'll know that I'm not a weeb. I'll show them the strength of my kenjutsu, and they'll be impressed. And then I'll get an anime cat girl girlfriend. Wait. I'm working through. Okay, Thorkin. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Someone take the internet away from Thorkin real quick. I'm working through Throne of Glass, and I do like it, but ACOTAR was hot garbage. So, is it still smut though, Steph? I mean, it's okay. It's a safe space. People have told me and confessed worse. Is Throne of Glass? I mean, let's find out. Let me Google it. Let me Google it. Is Throne of Glass? Is Throne of Glass spicy? Is Throne of Glass complete? These are the search results. Is Throne of Glass connected to ACOTAR? Is Throne of Glass good? Is Throne of Glass, yeah? I'm guessing young adult. Is Throne of the Fallen spicy? Let's search that. Is Throne of the Fallen or Throne of Glass spicy? Let's see what AI says. The Google AI thingy. Ultra Terror Wolf. That's a fucking phenomenal Twitch name. Thank you for the follow. Throne of Glass is a series by Sarah J. Maas and has some sexual trends. It's by Sarah J. fucking Maas. It's by the same author. No fucking way. Okay, let's finish reading this. But it's generally considered to be the more of a young adult fantasy series than new adult fantasy series. Okay, so it's more tame. Got it. Dragons? Sure, Stephanie. Sure. Dragons. Okay. We don't judge here. Listen, Steph's my friend. If you guys judge her for reading Sarah J. Maas, you're out. You're out. That's reserved for me and my judgments. I'm allowed to mock the mods here. If you mock the mods, you get banned. But man, okay. I'm sorry. Oh god, books 6 and 7 have a lot in it so far. It's just not great. That's fair. It's on Book Talk. It's probably smut. That's what I've kind of realized. My wife wanted to read some good fantasy. But she's like, I want to read fantasy again. So I looked up on TikTok what good fantasy series was. And she was like, why are so many women so unhappy in their marriages? And she says that in the middle of the bookstore. And I just couldn't stop laughing. She was just looking up all these. She's like, why are all the smut books the ones that are on the like recommended section? I'm like, I don't know, Ella. She's like, I can't imagine being that unhappy in my marriage that I need to read this. And I was like, oh my God, you can't say that in public. What if they hear you? And they didn't, so man. So she decided to start reading Sanderson. She's like, the only modern author that I can find that's good, that's not smut, is Sanderson. What I don't know is if Patrick Rothfuss writes smut shit as well. And it seems like people say no, but everyone who's had an opinion on Patrick Rothfuss also reads a lot of ACOTAR, and I don't know if I trust their opinion on it, so I don't know, but he's the only other like big one that I see there besides the guy that writes The Witcher. It's like in the section of fantasy, it's like smut. Tolkien, great. Sanderson, Rothfuss, Witcher guy. There's like 3 options if you want not smut and you've already read The Lord of the Rings. Stay with him, Rothfuss? Is it also smut? Oh no. They're all written for 19-year-olds? Oh man. Is Rothfuss also smutty? I had no idea. He was on Critical Role that one time. How could they do that to us? How could they do that to us? He was on Critical Role at one time, right? Not mistaken? Has some really weird sex things. There's like 50 pages of a character. Oh, with a nymph in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Alright. Is it as bad as like Martin's stuff? Because I found reading Martin rather unappealing. I'll be honest. Partially because of that. And also I'm just of the general sentiment that gratuitous anything is lazy. Gratuitous violence, gore, nudity, anything like that, it's just kind of lazy. Imaginations are so great. When you want to describe something very violent or horrific, you let the imagination do the heavy lifting and be way better than like slasher filming it. And if you're trying to describe something spicy, you leave it to the imagination as well. That's my take on it, man. Maybe I'm wrong. You tell me if I'm wrong, but that's how I've always felt about good writing. Apologies if I missed you answering 2 times already. What's the character you're drawing? Oh, this is a Cow Two Faces character request for Talia. I since I lost the original thing, I lost her. Is that what Talia? There's an H in there. But it's a character request, very similar to what you asked for, Entity. So, except you got 5 of them for D&D nerds. And Cow asked for a distinguished, non-D&D related, high-class character sketch that has nothing to do with the nerdy game that I play, because he's better than me. Wait, self-reporting. All right, well, who else writes good shit, man? Because I don't know. I have to stay away from Patrick Rothfuss now. I don't know who I'm supposed to read, because Ella's getting through the Cosmere rapidly. Like, rapidly. Also, please, someone who's read the Cosmere, tell me that Sanderson doesn't take the bag for smut later on, does he? Because Ella's worked her way through Mistborn. Now she's doing all the stuff in between Mistborn and the other one, Stormlight. Please, for the love of God, tell me he never took the smut bag. But he keeps that for his alt Twitter account, or what's the fanfic site that everyone talks about? It's like something era or whatever. I should know this meme. Everything I've read encountered 0 smut. Okay, Pog. Checks out. AO3, yes. Okay, thank you. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Correct. Has flaws, but I like the Aragon books. I've heard that the books are great. Like, I was turned off by Aragon, I think like a lot of people, for the show, whatever, TV, movie, something or another they did. But I hear that the people speak quite highly about the books. Romance and relationships, but not smut. Thank God. Yeah, he keeps it to his AO3 account. Like a good author. Listen, you can write 100 textbooks, and as soon as people find one smutty fanfic, you're a smutty fanfic writer. You have to be very careful of your reputation, protect it. You have to guard it. Long cascading waves of auburn hair. The problem is I have to kind of like manage that a little bit. So like I imagine your hair being a little bit longer, but obviously we have to manage that into a portrait. as opposed to like doing something that is like I don't know, more like third body portraiture as opposed to just straight up portraiture. I haven't figured out a good name for calling my commissions like what they are. I think I like the term formal portrait versus like sketch portrait or whatever. Might have been Disney, but there's something in the mix for what? Oh, nobody's referencing HBO's working on something through confirmed with. There was an Aragon movie, wasn't there? What are you talking about? There was an Aragon movie. Yeah, in 2006. This one. When you say Aragon, I think Aragon. Generational trauma manifesting in chat right now. Generational trauma being shown on display. The scars that you guys are. The copy. Man, hold on. Do we have copy enabled? There it is. You're just on that shit. Just. Oh god, that's good. Copium. Yup. I don't know what you're talking about, Evan. Aragon. Never met her. It's like WOD. I liked WOD. What do you mean? I love my garrison. I made so much gold. I bought my Spectral Tiger during WOD. Where did I get given it? I forget. It might have been a TCG card that I got from judging. Regardless, I bought some TCG mounts during WOD. Leave me alone. I can't wait. Thorkin, when WOD Classic comes out, I'm making you play with me. I'm paying for your sub. And every 20 minutes, I'm going to tell you that we will never be slaves, but we will be conquerors. And we're only allowed to play orcs. Male orcs. Everyone. Even Ella, she has to play a male orc. And every day before we start playing, we're going to watch the trailer again for WOD. Every single time. Do you think this new Avatar: The Last Airbender movie? Yeah. I mean, I didn't watch it, so. I don't remember what was on about for Avatar movie. Everybody's all mad for God knows what reason. Yeah, come on, let's be honest about it. Hellfire Citadel, great raid for the first 5 months, to be fair. Phenomenal raid for the first 5 months. Could you imagine if we get WOD as if WOD was supposed to be? With all the extra raids and stuff? Like the entire zone that was supposed to be Zangarmarsh? Dude, could you imagine? We're just out there chilling like it's 2014, 13. When did WOD come out? Thorkin's like, I was 9. So yeah, what expansion was out when I got married? That's my question. I think it was actually WOD. Maybe wrong. Might have been the Weirlords of Draenor. I wish I was in high school, pretty sure. Yeah. When did... Okay, hold on. Now I'm crazy. I'm going to say 2014 is when WOD came out. 2015. When did Warlords of Draenor come out? Okay, I was right the first time. I was wrong the second time. November 2014. Right. Right, because that was the year that Ella Blackwood and I were married. And I met my friend Michael, playing World of Warcraft at BlizzCon that year. Because that's why Mike wasn't at our wedding. was because I didn't meet him until after it. So I met him in playing World of Warcraft and World's Drunner, doing like the dungeons and shit, the challenge modes. And then in Legion, we played the shit out of WoW together. And that's also where I met Gamello, who's in chat sometimes. Right, okay. The chronology is set up. I'm back. I remember. I'm good. Last Airbender movie was a mediocre movie in and of itself, and the slap in the face to everyone who loved the show. Yeah, I never watched it, to be honest. I don't know what people are so mad about. It does suck when you have something you love dearly and they do a Warcraft movie to it. Yeah, that's tough. Believe me, I understand. More than you'd know. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. And you do some like cool jewelry and shit on her as well. All kinds of cool jewelry, because bards are flashy, you know. Bards are exceptionally flashy. At least I think. They're a little flashy. They're not exceptionally flashy. They can be flashy. Cow said creative freedom. And who am I to turn down Cow Two-Face? Not worth watching? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not probably ever gonna watch it. I don't really care. I was so surprised because I watched Avatar a lot when I was young. Ella and I, when we were first like dating, we used to hang out in my bedroom at my mom's place, and we would watch I had a PlayStation 2 in my bedroom, and PlayStation 3 downstairs later, but a PlayStation 2 in my bedroom. And we would put various like DVDs and shit in there to like watch while we're playing World of Warcraft. So we'd watch like the whole Star Wars saga that was like available at the time. And then, you know, we'd watch Lord of the Rings. And we watched like other TV shows like Chuck or whatever. And then Avatar here and there. And so we'd watch through Avatar a couple times. But I just don't remember anything about the fucking show. And I hadn't thought about it for years. And then weirdly, when I first started streaming, I found that there was this cult, an absolute cult of Avatar The Last Airbender fanatics that I did not realize exist on the internet. I didn't know. And the offense people took at my like general favorable, like, you know, oh yeah, Avatar was cool. People were like, but is it not the best piece of media that was ever made? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It was pretty fun. It was good. Wouldn't change it, but yeah, I don't remember much about it. Like, so it's the best piece of media ever written, right? I'm like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't remember it all that well. How could you not remember it? It's the best piece of media ever written. I'm like, damn, bro, chill out. Don't remember every fucking cartoon I watched when I was a kid. I love Avatar fans in general, but the community's super polarizing. They are the best and the worst, depending on what day you catch them and who you catch. But like my worst opinion for Avatar is that I liked Legend of Korra about as much as I enjoyed Avatar: The Last Airbender. It wasn't quite as good, but I don't remember. I don't carry the same kind of like venom for Legend of Korra that I feel like a lot of Avatar fans had. I was like, yeah, it was fine. Like I didn't rewatch it the same way I watched like Last Airbender, but I didn't hate it the way that a lot of people want me to hate it. I don't know. It's very bizarre. I have a hard time like thinking about those projects. And also like Dragon Prince I was incredibly meh on. Thank God Soul's not here, but Soul's a guy I know that worked on Dragon Prince. I was meh about it. It was entirely meh. Didn't change my life. It was fine. Happy I watched it. Will I ever watch it again? Probably not. Last Airbender was better, yeah. Parts of Korra I didn't particularly enjoy it, but it was still quite good. What's the thing? I didn't like it as much, but I don't hate it. I'm not mad at Legend of Korra like I think a lot of people wanted me to be. Why did my camera... Oh, did I not fix it from when Ella was here? Fuck. Is that better? See, Elle asked me to move my camera so she could fix something in the fish tank. I don't remember what, but... I wonder what she did. Might move it back properly. I mean, Johnny Test wasn't the best animated show ever. See, I don't remember that at all. I caught Thorkin. I caught the tail end, or I caught the prime of great cartoons. And when I was at the tail end of my cartooning age, I had gotten into the new era of cartoons that are the prime for a lot of people, but weren't for me. Like Ben 10 and those kind of cartoons and whatnot. I caught the just the beginning of that.
How exciting!
You know. Erasha Terran, did I say that right? I hope I did. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, my friends. Honored to have you all. How was stream? Good to have you. Tell me your tales. What were you doing today? Inspire me with your stories of conquest and glory, or memes maybe. What's up? Last seen playing, writing and reading. Oh shit, you were writing. Oh damn, I'm impressed. What are y'all doing today then? Thank you for the raid, by the way. I appreciate it. I did Raisha Terran. That's a great name, by the way. Stream is good. Working on D&D stuff. Excellent. That's my vibe, my jam. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. That's all I do. I don't do as much writing as I'd like to, because I'm kind of dumb. So I have to like world build through art. But I hope it was good. That sounds awesome. Fuck yeah. I'm definitely a fan of our D&D homebrewers and authors. Actually, if you don't mind, if it's all right with you, I'm just going to snoop here real quick. And then hit that follow button. Boom. Boom. There it is. All right. You made a fan. I'm in. I'm in the club now. I'm converted. Sick. Well, I hope your writing went well. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. And we're actually doing a bard commission sketch for someone. A very happy, smiling bard, because I've been accused of not being able to draw women smiling. I know, right? Someone in my YouTube comments said that I shouldn't make my women look so broody, that it would be impossible for me to draw a woman that was smiling. And I said, bet, nerd. Conveniently, Cal asked me to draw a commission of his happy bard, so. It's fun, got a jet, but enjoy your stream. Absolutely, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I will happily come check out whatever you're writing and hear more about your project if you're willing to share about it at some point in the future. And also draw men. Listen, I can also draw men. Come on, the YouTube comments were wrong about me. I actually know how to draw men. YouTube's so toxic, man. I thought TikTok would be a toxic platform, but it's actually YouTube. So I started posting shorts there. Holy. Am I right? Okay, I think we want to go with a bit of a fill layer here. I'm not going to use fill layers on these all that often, but I'm going to do one here, okay? We're going to do one. We're going to do one. We're going to do one, okay? I don't just draw broody characters. Come on. And then we'll do a little reverse hatching on it. And this should look pretty good. Oops. And it's 2 indistant deades. Yeah, okay. Okay, Taiga. Okay, Taiga. Yeah, I see you. If we start talking about the various diversity of deades there are, we're going to summon the galaxy goldfish. She's just going to manifest. She's just going to appear in a puff of smoke behind me. This cringe pink or purple-haired anime JPEG that for some reason I'm friends with. She's just going to appear out of the ether in my office. The sewer carp herself. New comment session, trauma flashbacks, yeah. Can't take the phase broody seriously after having chickens, TBH. Really? Is broody like a thing for chickens or whatever that means some shit that I don't know? I'm guessing, right? I can even show you the piece that somebody called was me broody. It was for my wife's D&D character, who is, by the way, kind of broody. That character is, definitely. Just a little bit, but still, to say that I couldn't draw non-broody characters is an affront to my ability to draw non-broody characters. Yeah, wait, what? Broody chickens are a thing. I know two separate people who have and had chickens. Oh, really? Okay, well. See, this is me being educated. This is my education that I need. Dude, with her hair like this, she's so cute. Are you kidding? Look at her little happy smile. See, I can draw happy characters. Fuck you, internet. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I can draw happy characters too. Damn, you ever draw a character for a commission? You're like, shit. I should have kept that. Yeah, hold up. That's it. Next phase for me on Twitter is I'm doing adoptions. I'm doing D&D character adoptions and no one can stop me. Portraits like this, $50 per. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna do 25 a month. Broodies when they want to hatch eggs and they fight the gods if anyone looks at them. Oh, I see.
Shut up and take my money.
Okay, fine. Jeez, I'm sorry, Mel. How was dinner, Mel? Did you make friends? Thanks for round of bits. I appreciate that. Did you make friends? Did you talk to the Americans? Did you see any castles? For those who don't know, Mel's currently in Spain, being Spanish. I'm doing Spanish things. Like watching football. I actually have no idea what the pastimes are in Spain, so someone will need to help me here. The only person that I know from Spain I played World of Warcraft with, and he had two parts of his personality. One was football, and the other was World of Warcraft. And the other was telling people he was from Spain. That was like his third pastime. You'd be like, "Hey Kibber, you want to like come to the raid this evening?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure. I guess I could do that because I'm from Spain." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Oh, just in case you thought that when I spoke Spanish I was from Mexico." I'm like, I didn't, because you told me last week that you're from Spain. And you've told me every week for the past, like, 3 years. He's like, oh, okay, just want to make sure. I'm like,
I did make friends and we got to vent a lot, which I won't go into. But it was a lot of fun. Got to speak in Spanish for them as they don't know any.
Oh, that's cute.
I will say though, the guy at the ice cream place was annoyed they didn't speak any Spanish, and when I did, he had that look of I gotcha olive and heart.
What? They annoyed they don't speak Spanish? What, Google Translate doesn't work? I don't know, man. I get it, though. If someone goes to your country, they have no shit how to speak your language. It's, like, maybe a little bit weird. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be mad about it, but... Thanks for the bits, Mel. And laughing with J's instead of H's. Ah, yes. Mm-hmm. Someone's chickens, that's about right. There's also one time in middle school that someone stole an entire urinal during school hours. That's great. Found the pipe on the way out of school. Must have taken some Ocean's 11 planning. That's a hilarious singer prank. Google Translate's horrible in most cases. I find it's all right, you know. For French and Japanese, it's actually decent, I thought. It'll get your intent across. Like, you'll never accidentally ask for something that doesn't. Like, people with any sort of like small amount of brain power will use the Google Translate to contextualize what you're trying to ask for, And you'd be like, oh, you want to know where the train station is? Okay, here you go. Then again, Japanese is a language of context, where you fill in a lot of the context, especially if you're speaking casually. So if you just say a word, you're like, Ocha no mizu eki doko desu ka? They're like, oh, okay. Migi migi migi, migi migi migi. And you're like, damn, it's a lot of niggies. That's hilarious if you speak Japanese, by the way. I'm underappreciated. Let's use a specific version of cat in French. I learned from a meme. Yeah, see? Yo, what's up, Vale? How's it going? Good to see you.
The people of Spain are very happy to help when you put in the effort to try and speak.
Oh, that's sweet.
They don't expect you to be a master of the language and are very happy to accommodate if you at least try. They are not that thrilled when people just straight up don't bother.
I see. Yeah, if they you walk up, think of the 100 bits Mel. You walk up to them and they just start like speaking English at you. Like I've seen that in Japan a lot too. Right? You gotta hit people with at least the ego. Just to find out, right?
Visitors.
All right.
How
jewelry.
exciting.
We need jewelry. Enjoy. Yo, Artworks by Brandy. Thank you for the follow or the raid. Sorry. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. How was stream?
I am proud to say, at least for me, people think I am Spanish. Cool face.
Okay.
I did it, guys.
Yeah, at least your language skills are good enough then. You're wait, really? Really, Mel? Okay, well. I guess you've been there a lot, right? But thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. UK-based airbrush artist. Join me to learn streaming art. Oh, that's dope, dude. What were you streaming today? What were you working on? Welcome in, guys. Hello. Tell me your tales. Tell me of adventures in art and projects well had. What did I miss? Vague memories from about 9 years ago. Smack me in the face. Steel. Wait for what? What'd Steel say? Oh, Steel was yelling profanities at me. I get it. That's what. Hey, when Spanish from Hispanics trying to hit on me, so I don't think that's the best Spanish to use. Well, I mean, oh god, any opportunity to point out how popular Steel is. Oh my god, so fucking cringe. Well, that's one way to do it. It's a good one, thanks. Got loads done? Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. Well, go hit that shoutout link. Go drop some love. Go throw a follow down there. Go see what's up. Let me see. Let me see. All right, what are we working on today? See if the VOD was caught up. Oh, sick. Ooh, a master of Iwata. Ooh. Yo, this is dope. Your stuff's sick. That's fucking sick, dude. Alright, I'm a fan. Your stuff's legit. This is great. Hell yeah. Boom. Followed. Instant. Dude, artists on the site are so cool, man. I'm so happy to be in this category now and out of the D&D category. I get to meet dope-ass artists doing dope-ass shit. Y'all are amazing, man. This is really cool. Alright, where was it at? Back to work, so catch you in the VOD. Steel, it was an honor. Thanks again for the help last night, Steel, in the alt stream. I really appreciate you and Ashy and Azalea and Nick and all you guys that stopped by.
Welcome raiders to the Animal Planet special.
God damn it.
Art.
God damn it.
In this episode, you will bear witness to the inner community fighting for the approval and praise from the head crumb himself. The crumbs who lose the fights are forever cast aside into the ban box until deemed worthy to fight again.
Oh no, not the ban box. Please, you're embarrassing me in front of the artists. I've been doing a bit more work on massive snow leopard painting on canvas. Yeah, I see it on the VODs. It's absolutely sick, dude. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Your stuff's amazing. I'm honored by your presence. It's actually so legit. And thank you, Mel, for the 100 bits. I forgot to say that. Thank you. I appreciate the 100 bits, Mel. Even if your slanderous lies are being made up as we speak. All right, some cool-ass jewelry. What do we want to put on our cool-ass bard to give her some cool-ass jewelry? Let's go with... all right, I have an idea. We're gonna do a mandala to do a little coin or two. With a little flower in them. And then I'm ready. I'm determined. We're gonna finish this piece today. I'm determined. Okay. Let's go a little teardrop thingy flanked by... Ooh, this is gonna be good. These sketches are supposed to be pretty like small and I don't know, easy to do and quick, but I think I'm spending longer on these than I need to, or than I should be. I think that I need to up the... I'm gonna do... Well, it's a bit big. Let's do something smaller, actually, because I want the main highlight to be like a teardrop pendant. I'll figure out the coins. We'll do smaller coins. Actually, that might work. Hold on, let me do the pendant first, and then we'll figure out how we can do like a chain with some kind of Ukrainian style coin thingies on them. Where's my EBA brushes, dude? Where did I put them? Oh no! Where are they? Oh, here they are. Here we go. There's my rope brush. Great for measuring shit out early on in the process.
It is important to note, viewers,
Oh,
that the
goddammit.
headcrumb has habit of being easily distracted by a strange
I am
phenomenon
never
called
distracted.
This week's meta, a demonstration of wit and cunning by the entity known as Iduria, in the efforts
Listen.
to stump the headcrumb.
Mita Akihiko came in and threw 5,000 bits at me and I didn't stop drawing. There is no amounts of bits or subs, or metas, or raids, or anything that can distract me this week. I am indistractable. Even your TTS attempts. Even the TTS attempts cannot vex me. Maybe we won't do the coins. Actually, it's kind of nice. Just a little chain rope thingy. Maybe let's do this, actually.
Migraine, did that do it?
We're not bringing back Felix, okay? Even if he says migraine properly, we're not bringing back that TTS. God damn it. Thank you 100 bits, Mel. Thank you much for kind words. No, your stuff's awesome. I am honored to have you here, Brady. Coat of Arms 3 horses, ass and a loot. Wait, what? We're doing some coat of arms shit? I wasn't aware. Give me advice for the arm, let me know. I see Bridgman and Morpho kind of do a wrench with the lower arm, interesting at perpendicular angle with the upper arm. For what? Hold on, I gotta figure this out. What are we talking about? Advice for the arm, let me know. I see that Bridgman and Morpho kind of do a wrench with the lower arm intersecting at a perpendicular angle. Like... like that, we're talking about like that kind of, like sort of off to the side. So like the arms kind of going, or like the muscles sort of like going over and it's sort of twisting around. I mean, that does kind of happen. With it, a little bit anyway. I'm not sure I'm smart enough to visualize what you're talking about, Thorkin, properly. But forearms are fine. Need a screenshot? Okay. Maybe I can help out a little bit. Oops. Okay, what is this?
No, you're right, Evan. I need to remember that Brian is better than Felix. We can't bring that back again. We can't.
Yeah, true.
Eyes.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, that's because, so remember when we were talking about muscles, learning the full muscle and then understanding how it connects. So the bicep, for instance, you have sort of the long head, short head, whatever bicep. And then over the bicep, you're kind of like layering, like you have your tricep in the back, also doing triceptual things. And then you have layered over top of those muscles, kind of connecting in the middle almost, you have the deltoid sort of coming out. And that's what sort of shields that. And so this connection point, you have to envision the connection point where the tricep, the bicep, and the pec all kind of like form one shape. Wait, this is on the recording, is it? Okay, it isn't. Okay, I'm just off to the side enough. And then these muscles also pull down. So when you think of the forearm, it's almost useful, exactly like they have it, to think about the forearm coming out of, like, to have the actual musculature of the bicep, tricep sort of formation. More the bicep, though, we're going to talk about here. Coming out and long and, like, extending down into the forearm. So you can indicate that sometimes by having little, like, kind of, like, divots or indents or whatever. A lot of artists do that. And then as you twist it, then that indent, you can kind of almost like imply the angle of the arm's pivot by not only figuring out what sort of percentage of bicep versus tricep you're showing, but also kind of indicating where that angle is, without even having to draw the forearm, so that you kind of have the bicep like properly stretched out there, and now our arm is like more on the side. Yeah, forearms are actually like really easy once you understand the kind of upper section of the arm, which you need to then understand. Like, it's so easy to draw at least like exaggerated male anatomy. Obviously, always easier to draw muscular characters that have like less fat interacting with their form. But it's always really easy to understand forearms once you get down this kind of pinch point. If you can understand this pinch point of how the pec, the tricep, and the bicep, or sorry, the pec, the deltoid, and the bicep all interact, then understanding the forearm is like, it just sort of like, you carry the logic down as you're going. But that shape that you posted, that kind of basic, kind of like weird oblong kind of square or whatever, and then the form kind of coming down off that, that's actually a really good visualization. It's like, you kind of like, the whole thing with doing studies is you keep doing it over and over and over again, and studying the same thing over and over and over again until you find a way that the study makes sense to you, right? In a way that you are like, aha, now I understand how forearm, because you have whatever visualization that makes sense to you. So yeah, just keep doing them and you'll find the ones that really make sense. But I think that honestly, it's one of those things where if you understand how other parts of the arm works, the forearm, it's the same thing with heels, and actually heels, knees, and calves. As soon as you understand how thighs and hips work, I don't know what it is, but it's like this weird sort of thing that kind of like, it's like once you understand a small portion of one part, you kind of understand the entire system. It's confusing, but you're on the right track.
It makes me happy I kept all of my science textbooks from college and grad school.
Right?
My anatomy and physiology books would be perfect for the anatomy drawing to smile.
Well, exactly. I mean, anatomy books are fantastic. I think every artist should learn, if they're not going to go to art school, I think every artist should learn from books for their fundamentals instead of videos and lectures and streams. You know, my goal here when I'm helping people with fundamentals is to help clarify things and not to teach it, because you should be learning from a book, I think. When you learn from a YouTube videos are great, and there's a lot of artists that talk about it. Learn how to learn fundamentals from modern day James and from Proco and whatnot, but learn the fundamentals from a book where you can kind of go through at your own pace. And I think every artist should have a book on each sort of the major fundamentals. So a book on color and light, but that's harder to find. That's more of a painting general book. But a book on anatomy and a book on perspective are like both really good things to do and have at your disposal as an artist, because you can always reference back to those important subjects, as it were. But thanks for the 100 bits, Mel. I appreciate that. I think that's enough study from you for a day. Yeah. Thorkin, don't bring yourself out on it. Thorkin, you are an artist that I will tell to take a break once in a while because I know how hard you push. I know that if I tell you to take a break and reassure you that you've earned it or whatever, I know you're not going to sort of use that to slink into mediocrity. All right. Does our Bardress need any other details? I don't think so. Let me just look at it for a second. Let me just stare at my art for a moment. Besides a background thing, I'm going to do a background thing. I want to do a background thing for all these characters because it's super fun. I think she's great. Fuck it. I'm pleased. Watch Cal be like, God, I hate this. I don't know how to tell Evan. With someone like Cal, if he really didn't like it, I would just say, okay, I'll start another one. With someone I know like that, if the request from the vague internet, I'm not sure if I would, but if Cal was like, dude, this is not what I wanted. I hate this shit, I would probably just start it again. So. All right, let's do our little pattern thingy in the background. So we'll do a 8-point mandala. This is gonna be super fun. We're going to select out. It's gonna be a little weird, but it'll be fine. I'm gonna do a little elvish pattern in here. Elvish inspired filigree, maybe. See if we can find something we like. What fish? Wait, fish? What are we talking about fish for? What was I talking about? I don't remember what I said. We're migraine buddies, Thorkin? Oh, no. Yeah. You guys and Ella. She's had a migraine for days at this point. Days and days.
I plan to go to the castle tomorrow, Evan, so I will be bringing in day 4 of my homework.
Oh, hell yeah.
Smiling face with hearts.
I'm excited. I fucking love castles, dude. I hope you have the best time, Mel. I hope you have literally the best time. Just scooch it over there. Yeah, whatever. It'll figure itself out. We'll just fill in some of the line work here to make it a little better. There we go. All right, there is the next one. So we're gonna do a little signature, a little mini one for Cal.
It will be a very low-key day tomorrow. Castle in the morning, writing in the evening. Might have to take it easy as my migraine has been having a party at night, lol.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to push yourself. I'm excited for you. That sounds dope. 100 bits, Mel. I appreciate it. Goddamn, it's a lot of bits. Still an aquarium back there. Oh, yeah. So there's 2 aquariums. They both have female koi betas in them. Yeah, I got them this week, actually, or last week, somewhere around there. I'm just doing an extra little bit of shade here. Help bring the kind of the portrait into a full formal kind of bust sculpture type thing. Control S. All right. That was a fast recording, actually. Let's see what the recording looks like, actually. Artwork. Recordings. Where is it? There it is. So, this is what we're dealing with. All right. Ready and go. Dude, look at that. That was dope. I like that one. That's cool. I love that. See how satisfying it is to finish these recordings? Well, thank you, Cal, for the lovely commission. That was a lot of fun. I like doing these ones. So I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna look at it again in an hour or two, decide if there's anything massive I need to change, then send it off to Cow, who will probably be in bed pretty soon, because I think he's pretty far over there across the eastern front of the world. Not really Europe, but probably east of me. Looks amazing. Thank you. Love koi on betas. Yeah, they're really cool. They're really pretty, both of them. And there's a couple of Chilean rasboras in the big tank too. So, a couple things there. All right. Oh, nope, don't want to save that. No, I made that mistake once before. All right, cool. Well, I have to go take the puppy out because apparently Ella says that I'm home alone and I have to rescue Yuna from the depths of her blanket downstairs. So, where's my outro? Where my outro at? There we go. Okay, cool. Pog, we got a lot of work done today. We did some environment, we did some other stuff. I might work on the Astral Sage piece tomorrow, I think. There's a small chance I might do that. Might chill, might do some other character sketching. I got a couple of commissions to work through. Got some little sketches and stuff. Might redo this character if Cal fucking hates her. We'll see, I don't know. Maybe he's a very discerning client that'll just completely reject the work that I've done. But I'll be live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific, as always. And if you want to see the process videos for this one, it'll definitely this or the character I did yesterday will either be up on one of those tonight or tomorrow morning before stream. Probably, I don't know, actually. I haven't decided when I like posting videos better, in the morning or at night. They kind of do weird. Like YouTube videos definitely like don't do anything for like the first like 24 hours. And then in like the next day, they just all the views that come from that video come like between 24 and 36 hours after you post it. I don't get it. It's weird. So I don't know when it'll be up, but they'll be up there and it'll be dope. So have a wondrous, wondrous evening for those of you who are playing D&D tonight. Please enjoy your games. Take one for the team and TPK the party. Support your local artists. But I'll catch you guys later. TCG is, or not TCG, but trading cards are going to come out soon. Rewards are going to be out soon. And Patreon's restarting in March. Within a whole bunch of new shit, which is going to be hopefully dope. So, I'll catch you guys later. Have fun. Until next time, my friends. Farewell.